Now I'm all alone. Trey, nice to see you.
For long, I have to go back to the hospital.
Oh, you have to go back?
I'm home to get some clothes.
I see. How are you doing?
Um, Better, but they're like keeping me for observation.
Hmm.
They did a sleep study and determined that I'm aspirating while I'm sleeping.
Um, Remind me what aspirating means again.
Fluid in my lungs that's building up while I'm sleeping.
Oh, really? Do you suspect that this is from Corona that you had? That this is just a latent response?
100%.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Fucking hell. I do not envy you.
I've been, well, more than playing AIO, I've been reading about it, and basically they're tracking all over the fucking place. There's like long haul symptoms. Even people that got COVID that were asymptomatic
Right?
are developing like long term side effects.
Yeah, I have a friend who has recently had it before the Corona was a thing, like in February, even suspects that it was in January, where it didn't really impact him that much. He lost his sense of taste, and he had a small, like, very weak symptoms of the flu, and he did feel kind of fatigued, but just like I didn't get enough sleep fatigued, so it didn't
That's
really
kind of
impact him that
like
much.
when I had it. I had very, very minor coughing,
Yeah,
a
yeah,
little
of course,
pain, no taste, and just I was tired when I had it the first time.
right. But now his fatigue levels have just he is dead tired. He has a hard time uh, just making the energy to do the simplest things, like just making food or going to work at all.
I'm, I'm sleeping over 8 hours, which is bizarre for me.
Yeah, you don't usually do that. I don't even do that.
Scott went away. I was
Yeah.
trying to give him some CU, and he just totally AFK'd.
What were you gonna do?
I bought out all of the ability NCU off of the GMI twice because apparently someone who's selling it is just duping it to give
Right.
out as prizes. So I have more to give out.
Well,
Um,
I am going to be streaming for quite a bit at least. I'm
are you streaming right now?
right.
Okay.
So if you want me to give some of these things out, holla.
I'm just gonna give it to Scott for his personal supply.
Oh, I wouldn't mind it for my personal supply. I've actually yet to increase my personal supply.
I have a total of, let's see here, three. I have 10. If you want to split them with Scott, bring something to Borealis.
Yeah, I'll just hold on to them and then give him what I don't need, and I think he'll get probably most of it, since I only need a couple of more NCUs to have two or no one complete set, and that's basically all I need.
Okay, so I need to find two more if I'm going to give you each a set then.
Oh no, I have. You don't have to. I have a set almost. I think I need either. Apologies, two or three is what I'm lacking.
You know, it's
So he can have
it's
the seven.
it's funny
Yeah.
because I decided I didn't want to give away my stilettos because a bunch of my characters don't have any decent yams. So I'm like, I'm gonna keep the stilettos I bought. And I'm like, well, what's an item that's in high supply on the GMI that everybody would like? And I went on to the GMI, and there was like 22 of the QL 300 ability NCU. So I'm like, I'm gonna just buy all of these.
Yeah. Hmm. Ah, I'm going the wrong way.
Anyways, I gotta go back there here shortly. Did you want anything? Or did you
Uh,
want these right now?
yeah, where are you?
I'm in Borealis, though I guess I could come to you technically.
Oh, I'm on my way. I'm using Yanni to accept those. So meet you at the grid.
You are. I gotta figure out how to play engineer soon too.
Oh, you don't know how to play engineers?
I played engineer a little bit, like at TL5. I used to have some TL5 engineers, but both of my engineers have literally, up until this one getting a weapon like 2 levels ago,
Yeah.
had never actually killed anything on their own.
Ow, ouch.
Well, they were tag-alongs, which is hilarious because this engineer that I made is AI 30. It's 220 now, and it has 2 10s to finish, and it's done everything.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you should work on it. Engineers are fun.
Also, I did so much Inferno on it.
Well, you've been gone?
Well, no, so I've just been team viewered into my desktop for my laptop, looping Inferno,
Oh, nice.
and then before that I was looping AXP. So it's gotten tokens because I've been looping easies because that was something with the lag that was like whatever. I'll just do 9 million of them.
Yeah.
He has 8,200 tokens from completing Inferno missions.
How much did he have before?
I don't know, like I think I gave him 1 or 2 token packages, so he's got like 4,200 tokens from doing Inferno missions.
Jesus Christ.
I think it's what, 15 tokens at TL7?
Yeah, and doesn't it also increase by for the dailies? And I
Oh,
think
no, these characters have never done dailies.
no, I mean Inferno missions are treated as such. Well, I have Yoni by the way outside of the grid. Just tell me when you're
Oh,
traded.
okay. Okay, well, here's
Um,
the ones that were on this character. I
oh, I
assume
should.
you have inventory spots.
Yeah, just give me a sec. All right, I have 12 inventory spots, so that's good. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, there's more.
All right, I'll make sure Scott gets a set once he gets back online. Am I going the right way? No, that's not the one. Yeah.
Oh, do you want any of Angie's Fault symbionts? Whenever I get home, I'm going to be doing alphas on him.
If anything, I'll probably just like wait, Angie's Fault has alphas on him.
Angie's Fault doesn't. Looking
And
at Dr. Drake's too.
am I? Oh yeah, I was. Um, if anything, I'll probably put this. Wait, what does Yanni have? Does he have anything good?
That's what I was talking about. Is Yanni needs control symbionts.
Yeah, I think
So it
I
looks like you already have largely
I think I have
most of
basically
the
the
same
same,
ones in.
and there were a couple
Well,
of that I haven't upgraded yet. But
well,
I would like to
mine are
bank these, or if you bank them, so that we just, if somebody needs, we'll just give it to them.
leveling a doctor soon.
Mm-hmm. Don't they use support though? Oh, let me clear up inventory. Uh, give me a sec. I'm under attack, and yeah. Oh, it's good to hear that you're alive. I was kind of worried
Um,
because you haven't. I sent you a message. You didn't respond.
oh, it's annoying to check stuff because sometimes I have my phone, sometimes I have my laptop.
Right.
Um, the annoying thing is they don't know exactly what's wrong with me, other
No.
than they're pretty sure it's like COVID related and behaving somewhat like COPD. So they're like long haul keeping me, which is driving me nuts.
Yeah, I know. He's not the only one who's gone to the hospital or you're not the only one going to the hospital lately. I know The guy who I mentioned, he is monitored at home though, and my boss's fiance, he also just went into the hospital. I'm not sure if it's COVID related or not, but he has never been tested and can't be sure if he's had no symptoms and just had it like latent, and then it's
Well, they
attacking
can
him
do the
now.
blood test to see if you have antibodies for COVID.
Yeah, he just went in. G'day, Wemster. Oh, you can see and hear me. That's good. I have viewers. So Kalos and Scott dropped all their viewers on. I haven't seen this guy on streaming before, and I don't recall the name. And I didn't want to rob him of them all.
Letting them enjoy their Iron Man challenge. If I was really that interested, I could. No offense to the people that are doing it.
Oh, I see. That's what you were alluding to. He can't see or hear the other dude who's streaming. So yeah, like when you're watching streams, as soon as you hear any commentary, as long as it's not the shouting of what's his name? What's the guy's name again? There are like a bunch of them. The asshole that likes to torture kids. I don't remember his name. Anyway, uh,
Have you thought about participating in this Iron Man challenge?
nope, it's not for me. Although finally my agent is able to survive on his own. I got him. He didn't have any of the new Enforcer Nanos. He didn't even have any of the old ones. And so I got him the Challenger and the health buff. But the health buff goes away when Mimic Profession goes away, so I gotta get a lesser one. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Wamster. I really appreciate it. Oh,
To get you to affiliate.
oh, I'll never get affiliate. I don't stream on often enough. I don't have the time. I've been working late all day, and I really needed to come home today and grab a beer because we had a bunch of cunts visiting the
Did
club.
that Club Land Cafe thing ever happen?
Club Land Cafe? Yeah, it's working. It's just in its infancy. So we
Yeah,
have
you
a
got
stable group right now, and they really, really suck at League of Legends. I think they'd probably perform better in Counter Strike. We had our first stream session last Friday, which went horribly because I mean they haven't played for so long, so I'm not gonna judge them. They're playing at their level, but their level is so low they don't even know the basic concepts in the game, like farming up gold to buy items and then buy the correct items, using the skills in a good manner.
can you beat the club?
Beat it?
Yeah, like you 1v5.
Yeah, I did that today. We were actually going to stream today, but then we had a lot of unsavory visitors that were like there was always rumbling in the air. A fight was going to break out, and then it almost did at the end. And I had to split it up.
You know what part of the problem is, eh? I don't know what. Well, maybe I don't know what the laws are in Norway. You probably can't stream like with an actual camera kids without their parents' consent.
Correct. So, and I can't use their voices. Well, I can, but I just don't do it. By the way, I forgot to do this thing for anybody who's watching the stream. Hey, I need to target the Okra statue and the rock statue, and I messed it up royally. So,
At least as far as voice goes, isn't Norway one party consent? Or is it two party consent?
how do you mean?
So, specifically regards to voice, when you record someone's voice, there's either one party consent or two party consent. One party consent is either person can record without telling the other person they're recording. Two party consent
Yeah,
is
no, it's
that
two
you
party.
need both parties to consent to the recording.
Both parties have to consent and be aware of the recordings. And any kind of video recording of anybody, kids, or adults, you're still gonna need consent. So you need the signs that say there's a video camera filming you right now.
Interesting.
Yeah. Anything that happens on a video camera, if that sign is not clearly visible, um, they don't get any kind of. Oh, Jesus, he's training me, that guy, isn't he? Yeah, both parties need to be aware that the filming is happening.
What are the age of people coming to the club?
We used to have anything from 13 to, I think the oldest was 25, and but most of the older ones were about 18 to 20.
Well, at least they're old enough to consent on their own.
Yeah, they are. So when they arrive, they don't have to leave like parents' phone numbers or anything. They just need to give us their phone number. And I
Does
really miss
anyone
having those big kids or the older kids because they can work with the younger kids on a with by different laws than we can. So like
the
I
one
get
that we
yeah
the one that we had here that was super successful with it wasn't like a club, but it was a for-profit business. We had someone who had come back from Korea, and they started PC Bang, which is like just means PC room over in Korean, but um, they kind of marketed it like, hey, it's for older kids, but hey, parents, if you're looking for cheap daycare, you can drop your kids off here too.
yeah. We have some kids that or some parents that feel that way about us, and I am really begging that we don't just become that at all because we're not
So
just daycare.
as long as it's not young kids. So what they did at the PC Bang that actually worked really well for them is there was the regular rate that everybody paid, but if you were dropping your kids off for like 8 hours, you could pay extra, and it included like two meals, which is pretty much always just Domino's pizza.
Yeah, that sounds like us. But we're not for profit. We actually work at a loss, and I really want us to not work at a loss. So I'm trying to argue that we should up the prices so that we can buy fancier stuff for the kids. And by upping the prices, I mean a couple of cents, not entire dollars even.
What
And
are the prices right now?
say that again.
What are you charging right now?
Uh, I'm not sure of the conversion to cents. I think it's zero point 0.7 cents for a pizza slice.
0.7 cents.
Yes. No, zero point $0.7. Sorry.
Okay, so 70 cents.
Yeah, I think it's about that. If the conversion rate is 1 to 100. No, wait a minute. I need to Google that. I'm not sure. Uh,
Have you gotten into any of the for-profit net cafes in Oslo?
we do have some, yes. $0.8, 80 cents. We do have those, but I don't want to work for those. Not sure if I'd
No,
even get the job.
I don't mean for that. I mean for like modeling your like system. So how many computers do you have now?
We have 10, 5 in operation, or that are out there.
Okay, and what else do you have besides the computers?
We have a hub uh, computer that acts as the streaming hub. Well, basically, in our studio, we have editing uh, in both audio and video, streaming, recording, um, cameras to record with outside of the club, all that.
Square feet do you have?
I don't quite know. I'd say
Okay, well, what
five.
is the? I forget what they use instead of square feet. Just like well,
Square meters is what we use.
isn't it meter squared or something?
Yes, we just say square meters. I'm just trying to figure out how many. Uh, Let me imagine this for a second. I think we have six times. Is it 15? Yeah, no, that's a bit. 80 maybe. 70 to 80 square meters for the area where the computers are. Less so for the for the studio itself. Studio is about what 10, maybe 20.
What percentage of the club is this computer endeavor taking up?
Very little. A couple of hours a Friday. And yeah, 80 cents for a slice of pizza sounds absurdly cheap. We want to up the price to $1.1, but these pizzas aren't the best pizzas around. It is it is frozen pizza, but we buy the frozen pizza at about, in Norwegian crowns, it's 50 to 60 crowns. Should equate to around five,
You
somewhere
know what
between five and
the
seven.
best cheap pizza is?
What?
Just go buy Costco pizzas.
Oh no, we don't have Costco, which I'm glad for.
Really?
Yep.
Norway had like at least one Costco.
Oh, I wasn't aware. I thought we didn't. Yeah, well, the percentages takes is we have it for 2 hours on a Friday. I really want to move it to another day when the club is not open, because the club is generally open when we have the computer club. So if we have kids like we had today, with this animosity in the air all day, they're just walking past each other, looking at like what's it called again? You look mean, or like look at someone as if you're ready to fight, all that. And then just disrespect towards our equipment, everything like that. We just have to follow them around all the time. So I couldn't enjoy the gaming club today. The kids that were playing today are being tutored by me in order to get better at the game, and they were having a hard time learning this thing on their own. So they weren't having any fun.
Guess I was incorrect. They do not have Costco's.
No, I
Norway.
was I was certain we didn't. Hello, Gazzy. How you doing, mate?
Costco cheap food is like the highest quality cheap food that you can get.
Oh,
You
we
get an
have
18 inch pizza for $10 Canadian, which is like $7 US.
yeah, that's about 60, 80 crowns. I'm good, but I am kind of annoyed after work. I had a bad day today. I had a lot of things go wrong, both at school and at the youth center that I work at. I need to tell you about this, Ray. So we have this kid in class who has very low self-esteem, and because of some administration difficulties and COVID, of course, we have pushed back the meeting that we were supposed to have for the entire class. So I didn't get any information about the students until today. So first period, there's this kid who has really low self-esteem. He's working in his book. He's got a job to do. He's drawing something and then coloring it. And I just looked at it and I told him, "You can do better, can't you?" Like things you shouldn't say to exactly this kid. And then we go to the meeting, and I get told, "Well, this kid has a real issue with his self-esteem, so you need to be careful when you criticize his work, when you speak to him, choose your words carefully." So I almost managed to alienate him. Another kid that I've been ignoring for quite a while, she had cancer, and she's having difficulties at home, so I can't really, so I can't. Uh, well, I thought she was like this quiet person who just wanted to be alone. She said the heartbreaking breaking thing of she cut her hair and nobody said anything, and luckily, a teacher at the end of the day did say something about it and asked her, "Have you cut your hair?" And she said, "Yes, thank you." And then she walked away. And while she walked away, she mumbled, "At least somebody sees me." This doesn't seem like a lot of like a big issue maybe elsewhere in the world, but here in Norway, these things are really like we try to take these things as serious as we can. And then I go to the other job, and these kids who have never been there just come and wreck the thing and scare away our regular members.
Gotcha.
So I've been on alert the entire day. Where am I going? Operator Botar Rock. He should be. Oh, he's there, of course. I don't think I'm really explaining it and giving it the weight that it has had. But it's
Should
been.
send me some pictures of the club later.
Mm, yeah, I'd have to do so privately. I can't distribute it like willy-nilly.
Obviously.
Hmm. Hello, Gazzy, is that you? Well, I thought I heard a voice. What am I supposed to do? Learn about the gardens, return to Darnell. I have not seen 13 Reasons Why. I have actually not really wanted to see it. I don't think it's my type of series. But then again, I haven't seen it, so I can't really judge it, can I? Yeah, it's bad, isn't it? I thought so. But having worked with Norwegian kids for this long, there's a lot of these teenage dramas that just get it completely wrong. God kväll. Hello, Merc. How you doing? I think actually Mean Girls is probably the one that I think captures the zoo of a school as faithfully as it was in the early 2000s. I remember we had every kind of archetype from that movie in our school. All right. I don't. Well, I didn't really explain too much how she feels like she's not being seen, but it might have just been like this. It doesn't really have to be what she really feels. Maybe she just felt that way throughout that day. I did have a conversation with her earlier. We ended up talking about Star Trek for some reason because I tried to make her do this, and she seemed happy and didn't seem all that depressed. I'm not actually exactly sure how much I can talk about my work, but I think it's with the camera and all, I'm not really all that anonymous. But I haven't explained which school I work at or anything like that. Not even what ages they are. So I guess we're within bounds. If not, I'll take the blame for it.
You're talking about their metadata.
Hmm. But yeah, it really sucks that we're getting these types of people into the club, because that's the job that I care the most about, and I'd really like to create something that the kids that generally don't have a shitty home or any of that, but just have
suggestion I was going to make, but you probably have to spend your own money.
Yeah,
You want those kids that are participating in the team
for
to
example.
feel like a unified thing. Buy them some jerseys. You can get custom esports jerseys for like $18 each.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that as well. Um, but I'd really like to reach out to the kids that don't get the attention they deserve because we generally have this like we have this high threshold kids who are doing amazingly and just don't need any attention, mid threshold, and then you have low threshold. I think that's the correct word for it. Who just and we're working with a low threshold environment, which basically means the kids who come in and don't give a shit or are falling behind at school or like or fighting or whatever. The kids with attitude, which is fine. I like working with those kids as well, but within a certain setting. What I'm creating right now is the forgotten area of the mid and high threshold kids who do have issues at home. Some of them are getting beat, but they perform adequately in society, so they don't get the help or the assistance that they should probably be getting because you can't
Teach
see it.
them Brazilian Jiu Jitsu or Jiu
No,
Jitsu.
they're not getting beat like that. They're just being neglected at home or in general because everybody just says that yeah he'll be fine. See, and then he's growing up in his 20s and he isn't fine, and then the um, the acting out begins. I have a lot of friends who ended up that way, who just did everything right, had a couple of bad some issues at home, uh, graduated with flying colors, and then either killed
So
themselves or just went into really hard drugs.
I have an unpopular opinion about this.
Right?
I think humanity does really well when they have a hard life, but only if it's hard in the right way.
Yeah. I mean, we'd call that obstacles. Sorry.
So let me expand on that a little bit. And I don't have that much time before I have to go, but if someone is abusing someone or bullying them or doing stuff like that, that's hard in the wrong way. If someone is having to live through circumstances such as they have to work every day, like on a farm, or they have to go to war, or they have to live in things where you're not necessarily being punished, but the living conditions are difficult
Yeah.
so that you are forced to be efficient and structured. That's that's hard in a good way. It made people that were very structured and very rule oriented because they had to be to survive.
Yeah.
Where
Giving. Yeah.
where society I think breaks down is in between. There's this transition zone between people who were quote unquote made from living hard and then people that have the prosperity of what we have now. And it's taking society a really long time to adapt to what people who are not hard need emotionally, as far as like well being and upbringing.
Yeah.
And everything in between is fucking up royally.
Right. I think I completely agree with what you said, except I think you can be abused and bullied, but as long as you have the other hardships of responsibilities, you'll be able to overcome them. If you do not have any responsibility of any kind and you are bullied or abused or in any way, it is it just reinforces the feeling of weakness. Because if you have
So
responsibilities, you'll gain the strength of having actually accomplished it, and you
there's
can
some
revel in it.
really fucked up statistics. Like, okay, PTSD or shell shock, as it used to be called, obviously existed in World War I and World War II,
Of
but
course.
the rate at which it presented at was astronomically lower than it is today.
Yeah.
People that go to war today that have had easy upbringings typically don't do well with war. They
Right.
break down. similar. Like, okay, let's take the soldier side out of it. Look at people who lived through the Holocaust. They
Yeah,
lived through horrific, horrific things. In by and large, they do not have any substantially higher rate of mental illness than the baseline population.
this is true.
Like, it's a fucked up thing to say, but probably true that suffering can cure a lot of other ailments.
Yeah, it it's really just it just really depends on a lot of factors, and in general how you're wired as a human being. It's it's easy to do studies on it and then claim something about it, but it's very hard to completely nail it down. And I
What it
think,
is
yeah,
it's humans are task oriented, right? We evolved to get food, get water, get shelter.
exactly. And we like having things to do.
Well, this is like where a lot of people talk about like people that feel lost and depressed by and large don't have purpose. And like finding purpose is one of the best things you can do as far as like having enjoyment in your life.
Yep.
It's also one of the reasons that people can stand a lot of insanity when they join cults, because even though the cult is batshit crazy, it's giving them purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm glad that society is making progress, but I'm a little bit worried that we're going to end up being like horrifically soft as a species in
Yeah.
like 50 years.
I'm like if I if I touch a kid, like I use the word touch, but if I grab a kid in the wrong way, or I'm too grab them too hard, and depending on their background, it can be either uh, well, I might get fired for it. And we are too afraid of parents these days. I remember the times when parents were really afraid of getting a call from the teacher, and even then, um, at those times, the teachers were pretty horrific people, many of them. But the fear should still be there. If you get a call from school and they say, "Hey, your kid has been doing this and that and this and that," a lot of the parents today go into self-defense mode and then defend the kid as if they are the angels. It happens more often than not. Um, well, some parents obviously do have um, are able to criticize their kids and realize that they're not the angels at home, but so many parents don't, and it's just too bad. I almost got I've been attacked by one mother and one father while I've been working because their kids are acting like cunts, and I've grabbed them. And as the years have gone by, I've like had to stop grabbing kids, or like holding them down if they're acting out or if they're being cunts, throw them out of the room. If I do that now, I'll probably be reprimanded heavily and possibly even fired for it.
So, like, one of the teachers I had when I was in grade school, Mr. Schaefer,
Hmm.
um, I remember one day he snapped and he took a hammer and he broke a student's desk in half.
Yep, I had a teacher like that as well. He
If
pinned
he
me
pulled
to
that
the
shit,
wall.
if he pulled that shit today, he would be fired and probably charged.
5 years ago, I like at our school, if you're below, I think it's below seventh grade, you don't write with pens. It's some weird rule, but I'd had a pretty rough day up to that point. So the kid didn't actually do that much wrong. He just wrote with a pen, and then I asked him, are you supposed to use a pen?" And he just said no, yes. And I knew he was lying, but I had been having such a rough time. He was just like the water that bubbles over. And so I picked up his pen and I threw it at the wall where it exploded into a million pieces. And I shouted at all the kids for like, "You guys have been making all this noise. You are horrible today. What is wrong with you? Stop." Um, and then I sent him out to the outside to think things over. Luckily, during that, I realized that I was in the wrong, and I went outside and said, "Sorry, this isn't actually your fault. I was just having a bad day," and I apologized to the kids. So you can still snap like that? But if you do it in the wrong way, yeah, say goodbye. My teacher used to pin me to the wall all the time because I was a rascal, ran around, broke things. I was one of the kids that we had today, or like the group of kids that we had today. So he used to take the table while I was running away from him and just pin me to the wall.
Thing one of my teachers used to do, PE teacher,
Yeah.
which is like straight out of boot camp, is when you were doing like your laps for PE,
Right.
they would make all of the kids wait until the slowest kid finished.
Oof, I did that once, and the guy had, or the kid has had asthma. That was a horrible day. I had no idea she had it, and then I told her that if you're not faster than me around this lap, you're gonna have to run an additional lap, and I'll run the same speed. And if you still can't catch up, you're gonna have to keep doing it, even if you have to crawl all the way. And there was just one kid who had asthma, and she started crying while she was just pushing herself as hard as she could, but she couldn't really go that far. She was having difficulties breathing and stuff. And I asked her, "Why are you crying?" She said, "I have asthma. I cannot run any faster. I don't want to run anymore." And I just crumbled down. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know." And I went to the teacher. "Why didn't you tell me? What is this? I'm supposed
You
to lead
should
this
know all
class?"
of that. Like you should know the medical conditions of any kid under your charge. That seems like
Yeah,
irresponsibility on the part of
this
the
was
teacher or the office.
this was the fault of the teacher that was supposed to have the class that I was not informed. So
I
I
will
would,
say though, and they still do this, and it bugs the shit out of me. You should really not have kids running on grass. Running on grass is terrible for your knees.
any kind of really hard surface. Actually, uneven surfaces are the best, and jogging is really bad for your knees. If they're running, they should run, and for
Yeah, and it should
shorter
really
shorter
be in the
distances.
should be on a proper asphalt like track, or it should be in the gym.
Even track, I mean, nothing is going to help your knees if you're jogging. Jogging is just the worst kind of exercise. Well, it's not the worst, but it's really bad in
High
general.
impact on your knees. I
Cause,
was supposed to leave 7 minutes ago, but YOLO.
all right, well,
I'll
if you
stay
want to
for a little
stay,
bit
if you
more.
want to stay, that's fine. For me, I want you to think about yourself though. Either way, if you want to do any kind of running, you should be running and not jogging. Because when you run, you do it in a fluid motion, and when you're jogging, you're bouncing your knees together or like smashing them together all the time. Just try one time. Try and sprint, and if you're doing it correctly, you should just be moving forward and not smashing your legs into the ground. They should touch it and then just push you. Whilst jogging, you'll always be bouncing up and down. You'll notice it if you're doing it correctly. Which is why you see a lot of bodybuilders finish their workouts sprinting instead of jogging. Or even when they're warming up, they sprint in sets. Like they have 30-second sprinting, walk for a minute, and then continue to do it that way. Ah, that was not a good aim shot. And of course, if anybody who's watching the stream disagrees with me, I'd love to know. Not so that we can argue, but uh, I'd like to know if I'm wrong, and I'd like people to show me when I'm wrong. I think that's one of the more important things that we should do as people. Thank you, Mercs. I am also a former high-level athlete, and then I started drinking this. It's
There's a bunch of
rude.
things they could do better, like sex education.
Oh yeah, there's so much. Actually, sex education in Norway is pretty good. We don't
Have
have
you
this
heard it?
no nudity kind of deal.
I don't remember if it was like South Park or Robot Chicken, but they have the right idea.
Yeah.
encouraging people not to have sex. You just take the two oldest male and female teachers in the school and have them have sex in the gymnasium in front of all the students.
Oh, that has to
There's
be
all the
robo checking.
abstinence you need.
I never actually went into a competition. I did compete. Well, I used to play football, but I really hated it. My passion was gymnastics, and I was at competition level, but I don't have any competition in me. So I'm fine with this. I'll lose this round. This is good. This is okay. So I never really did compete until a lot, um, except in football, which is when I realized that I don't have any competition in me.
The only games I really enjoyed in school, at least for PE games, were probably hockey and rugby.
Uh, yeah, rugby. Did you know Emeno plays rugby? No, I mean
I
hockey.
did not.
He does.
I did not.
He's a goalie. And Sleepy, do you have asthma? So I felt so bad, but me and that kid, we ended up developing a good relationship. I taught her the NATO alphabet, and whenever she was annoyed at something, she'd use the alphabet or just speak it out loud if she had any issues. Yeah, it was a horrible day. It was the worst of times. There was no best of times in that one. Let's see, what is my purpose here? Am I find staff? All right.
All I have to show for my time playing hockey at this point is a deviated septum.
Oh, ouch. What I have to show after my gymnastics is I can still uh, do handstand push-ups, and I have pretty good balance as well. And I can follow the kids when they have PE. I just don't find a chair and sit down and then not do any work myself.
Get the Magnus Mitbo and do the one finger pull up.
Um, what's the point?
Show you have like intense grip strength.
For the one finger pull-up?
We are.
Uh, it's just not useful for a lot of things. Uh,
I'd
Mag.
actually really like to get into climbing, but I'm way too big. There's no climbers my size.
Wait, how big are you?
6'4".
Oh, actually, you'd probably do pretty good climbing.
Nope. Because when you're this tall, you have too much weight and the strength ratio doesn't work. Almost all climbers that are good climbers are like
Sure, yeah.
5'8" as a maximum.
I wasn't thinking
Yeah,
about uh, like
Mr.
competition level.
Mr. Mitmo is indeed insane.
Magnus,
Yeah.
I've been at his gym. It's his wicked. He's wicked strong. I've never seen him. He never hangs around there when I'm there, which is
Because he films after hours when it's closed
yeah.
or in the morning before it's open.
I was so happy that I'd been there and there was like this one particular route that I was having difficulties with, and after he did it on camera, like he did all of the routes, um, he showed me how to do it. So it just became ridiculously easy how to do it, which is a testament to the problem solving of mountain climbers or just climbers in general. Oh yeah? Hmm. I don't know why I'm killing everything. The item is probably somewhere that I visited already. Just going into these rooms like a dumbass.
Weren't you planning on making this character like 158?
No, to begin with, yes, but convinced me to go 178. Was it 178?
No, because 178 can get hit by 220s.
Uh, 170. Right, 170. It seems a lot of people actually put their agents at 158 because that's one of the limits. What's 158 is up to yeah, up to 200. But agents are, well, at least will stand by this. What I'm saying right now, I am not quite sure. Are supposed to stand their ground against 200s at 170. And since you don't really have that many people who PvP at 201 and all the way up to 219, it should be safe. But we'll see, I guess. Is the
Did
item
you
here?
juice that one or leveled on the hill?
No, this is an old character. I've leveled him legit all the way. He's never been to the hill. But I'm gonna die from this. Do I still have hack and quack? Yes, nice. I can kill this one first then. Come at me, bro. Ugh.
You know, the Iron Man rules are kind of funny. It doesn't say anywhere on there you can't use a heckler juice.
I think it's implied.
Oh, it's definitely implied.
But are there other written rules? Because I didn't know that you could not buy stuff from the GMI as long as it was a fair trade. Get it? Fair trade. Chica chica.
It's on Data stream.
Yeah, I know he does it. I gave him a whole 7 viewers the other day. Oh, when it comes to athletes, I was also a dancer, and I've danced in the Norwegian opera at one point. I could probably have done more with that, but I gave up because I'm
How
an
many years has
idiot.
it been since you were in Iceland?
How many years?
Your
2 years, I think.
How
Three
many years
years.
have you
It's
been living in Norway?
since I was 12, 18 years.
So your parents were the ones that made the decision to come to Norway.
No, 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 no. I'll tell the story. So when
Okay.
my parents split up, I stayed with my mom, and eventually my dad. They split up when I was a baby, basically 4 years old, maybe. My dad moved to Norway when I was about 6. To begin with, I visited them as they were doing the moving. So when they bought their first house, I went with them during the movement, as I remember it. I stayed for the summer and I went back home to my mom. I was supposed to be with her all the time. Um, so my older sister went with my dad, and I stayed at home in Iceland with my mom. Eventually, a year later, I had gotten a stepfather who was hot on the bottle, all that jazz. And so they decided that I should move to Norway. And I moved to Norway when I was 7, all the way to age. Is it? Was it? I think it was just a year, 7, and then I moved back to Iceland. I actually went on vacation to Iceland when I was 8. I was kidnapped by my mom. She she didn't put me on the plane back home to Norway. I was supposed to live there right now, and she put me in school in Iceland, and they eventually decided that I should stay for that year. And I stayed for 2 more years in Iceland because it was going so well. until they found out that my stepfather was abusing me and my mom, and not sexually. I was just getting beaten, like cool kids are doing. And then I was taken by child services, put on a farm for a while, which was great. It was actually great. It's not a joke. And then I lived with my grandfather, and then at the age of, I think it was 12, it might have been 11, I moved to Norway, and I've been here ever since.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a fun story.
Did your mother ever break up with the asshole?
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. What's really sad about it though isn't like we were talking about hardships before and what strengthens your character, and I think that I I can deal with a lot of things because of it. I am, let's go to the psychology route and say that I am stronger as a person because these things have happened. Um, but my family, or especially my grandparents, treat me as someone they've failed, and it's just not fun at all.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Second question:
Yes.
Do you do you think in Icelandic or Norwegian?
I think in English.
That's so fucking weird.
Yeah, it is. But once you're, I think it's once you're trilingual, um, you just you just think in the language that suits the situation best. And for some reason, for me, that's English, which is why in Norwegian is a language that I'm pretty weak in, because I constantly think in English, and all of my most of my vocabulary is in it. It's usually in my thoughts because I forget words when I'm speaking it. But in Norwegian, I start speaking and then I have to substitute some words with English because I've forgotten what the Norwegian words were or are. Right, Merckx also thinks in English and he's Norwegian, so you're bilingual in that case. But like cartoons when I was a kid. All of that stuff was in English. I read English books when our teacher was reading Harry Potter to us. It was in English, so we just had to know it. I feel like kids today in Scandinavia are worse in English than they used to be, or what they should have been if they were being
So
compared to us. Hestia, she's here, isn't she? There she
would
is.
you say you were exposed to English younger than Norwegian?
Oh, of course, yeah. Cartoons were in English. I had to learn English to play games. I had to learn English to watch the cartoons. So when I watched Batman, it was in English. Yeah, I also use subtitles, but that's not because I don't understand what they're saying. But sometimes the audio or the mixing is made in a way where you're actually not supposed to hear what they're saying. But I'd like to know.
See, this is interesting and probably something that'll have a lot of work done on it over like the next 10, 15 years. But there was a paper, it was specifically to do with Asian children
Oh,
who, when they examined their brain scans and what areas of their brain lit up in response to what languages,
yeah.
they determined though, even though their parents spoke whatever their native tongue was, the way their cortex had developed, English was actually their first language.
Yeah, but those were the kids that were exposed to English primarily at a young age, and then their native tongue. I
No, they
think
were specifically in that test. It was children that were exposed to English and their parents' native tongue at around the same time.
oh, that's actually a horrible thing to do to a kid is to teach them multiple languages at the same time, because the kid doesn't understand that the world doesn't work that way. So let's say like English is a universal language, so that's fine. Chinese is too, in a sense. So if you live in China and you're learning English and Chinese at the same time, you can just substitute the words willy-nilly, and most people would understand you probably. I'm probably talking about out my ass on that one. But if you live in, let's say, the United States as a Norwegian kid, and you're learning, and your parents speak two languages. One of them speaks Icelandic, which is far enough from Norwegian so that it is not generally understood. Um, and one parent speaks Norwegian, and then you have English at school. You're going to be warping these languages when you have troubles or issues at school, and you're going to explain your issues in a mixture of Icelandic, Norwegian, and English, which is really difficult to understand. My niece had that issue. She was learning Norwegian and they were speaking Icelandic at home. So when she was at kindergarten, she'd often explain things in both languages and not understand why she wasn't being understood. Because in her world, everybody spoke these languages. Her parents did, and school spoke Norwegian. That was just, yeah,
See,
everybody should
language
understand this.
association is an interesting thing because sometimes when people learn second and third languages, they associate the term with the term in their native tongue rather than the actual article. Whereas a lot of other people, when they learn languages, they associate the term with the article rather than with the term in their native tongue.
Right. Saya tidak bisa bahasa Indonesia. Hello, Scott. I have some items for you. So if you're online, uh, send me a tell and find Yoni in Borealis. When I speak Bahas. Right.
Curious about Scott. Scott, do you think in English when you speak Thai?
Yeah. Good question. He'll receive that in a moment, I think. All right. Where am I going? That's where I'm going. I'm waiting eagerly for his response. The weirdest thing that happened is when I started dreaming in Thai. I dream in all of these languages. I dream in Icelandic. I dream in Norwegian and in English. It just depends on the scenario that I'm dreaming about. But
You know the strangest?
yeah.
I occasionally dream in French, even though I no longer understand French.
I've dreamt in languages I don't speak. I've
Well, no,
spoken Farsi
I
in
was
my dreams.
That's hilarious. I
Yeah.
was fully fluent in French. I went to French immersion school from grade 2 until grade 10. Um, but I massively disliked the language, so I made an active effort to not continue to speak it.
So instead you switch to English, which is a horrible language on its own.
Yeah, well. But no, like people will say stuff in French and randomly I'll understand it, but other times I won't. It's like it's just below the surface of like active memory or knowledge. It's weird.
Oh, wrong way. I'm working on autopilot, by the way, so if you're watching the stream and watching what I'm doing, I have not even noticed that second window. There we go. Uh, I'll probably be doing everything on autopilot when we're having this discussion. I find it interesting. And I'm going the wrong way? Yes, I am. I am going the wrong way. What did I tell you? Autopilot, ladies and gentlemen. Let's kill these. Do you have access to Discord at the hospital there, Dre?
I go on my phone, but they yell at me. And the private rooms are expensive.
Does it have to be private?
Well, so private rooms like $200 a night, a semi-private room's like $150. Otherwise, they just kind of shove you wherever there's space. And I've had a mixed bag. The one day it was bugging me so much I had to like call a nurse and get moved because they put me in a room with like 7 terminal cancer patients.
Ugh.
And
Well,
like,
that's probably another response they'd like to hear from me, but I
oh, I
understand
was
your
I
pain.
was I was respectful, but like the vibe was not good.
No. Good day, Crystal. How you doing, laddie?
But yet, no, sec.
Well, if you do have the chance to join us when you're there, I'd rather you were there and got healthy than risk yourself by being here. I'm not meaning to kick you out of this. I've just come to care about you, laddie. Well, I do work at a school, so I am still technically at school, just not a student. I have become the teacher. Oh no, what have I done? This is not gonna end well. Run away! Let's see, target counted, of course. Let's get the... Wait, are you a teacher of some sorts, or are you in school? Uh, our kids have already gotten back. And it's not the school kids that I'm getting nuts about. It's the kids at the club. Oh, that's horrible. Being a network admin at a school is probably the worst job that you can do. Teaching teachers, it's not fun.
I'll be right back.
All right. Funny story about that one. We had the IT guy at I guess it's high school in the United States. Uh, we managed to get the um, admin privileges, and we took them away from him for some time. He was still at his desk doing the regular things, but if he wanted to do something about our computers, we'd just revoke his license. They did fix that eventually, but it was fun while it lasted. Their systems were not secure. No, there's one. Alright, let's kill this one.
I'm back. I'm gonna be here like another hour.
Oh, nice. Teaching boomers. Yes. Sometimes you are teaching the boomers as well. This is true. It's absolutely horrible. So I'm lucky that I'm bestowed with some sort of IT knowledge. Because of that, I am a genius. But it does have its drawbacks because everybody needs your help all the time, even though most of the issues I don't even have access to. We hire outside IT help, and he has all of the privileges that you would require if the issue is server side or whatever the case. It's a hassle. Let's kill you. Can we kill you before they kill me? Yes. Yes, we can. Come on. Oh, come on. I'm glad this isn't the Iron Man challenge. Um, let's show these. Oh, no, 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 that's wrong thing. Whew. Mhm. Um, no, I think Merckx is talking about people born like who are what 60, 70. A lot of teachers are at that age. 60 is
Web,
probably too young to
Webster's
be boomers.
Webster is not actually wrong though. Boomer is being morphed into anyone that is older than the current generation,
Yeah, I guess I haven't noticed it that much. I don't
and
really.
that mostly because the current generation is like by and large ultra liberal.
I guess I don't really buy into all those generalizations. What am I? I was born in the 90s, or no, not the 90s. I was born in 1990. What am I supposed to be? Nice. I can go with 220s and still be
I don't know.
able to
Let's
gain
find out what
experience.
generations we are.
Yeah, please. Because you're 86, aren't you?
85.
85. You're the age of most of my friends. I'm Gen Y. What does that entail? Oh, I don't enjoy TikTok videos. If I have to download TikTok to watch them.
Since Merck seems to know this, or Webster, they seem to know this. What generation am I? Born in 85. So I don't have to look.
Yeah, he's probably got cool already. Let's see. We're gonna have to kill
Oh,
this thing. Really? I thought they were called something different. Like, I'm not sure, but something else entirely. What am I supposed to do with this? Am I not supposed to talk to it? Am I supposed to kill it? Let's see. Ancient rituals. Use sand scepter on moss covered altar. Doom. Use it. Ah, there she is. And then I should kill her, right? Yeah. She attacked me, so. Return to.
I Googled it and Google has different results. Apparently, we're millennials.
Yeah,
Anyone born between 1984 and 1996 is a millennial.
that's what I thought.
Generation X is anyone born before 1980.
Yeah, and then you have boomers after the world, like 50s?
Boomers
50.
is, I think, anyone after 1948.
Yeah, after the second thing. Where am I going actually? I'm supposed to go here. Yeah, right. You are wrong, Mergs. You are wrong and you should feel bad. Shame.
He shouldn't feel bad because this article I'm referencing, they had to survey 18,000 professionals in 19 different countries to get a consensus
Oh,
because every country views it differently.
yeah. I don't think there's a hub for these kind of things. My sister keeps calling me a Gen Y as well. And then we looked it up and I found out that I'm a millennial, but then again somebody else disagrees and fuck it all. Who cares? Right, exactly. Doesn't really matter, does it? These days I feel more like a the boomer that Dre referenced than, well, except I know I have some knowledge of technology. But other than that, I'm strict, no nonsense, got the finger, everything.
You know what humanity needs?
Uh,
Good, a
I was
good
about
old
to,
fashioned,
yeah.
good old fashioned alien invasion.
I was about to say
Something we can all,
extinction,
something we can all rally behind.
or at least near extinction. See, I don't think we would. I don't think we'd actually rally behind it. I don't think it's like in the movies where, oh, we got this existential threat. Dr. Manhattan is a worse enemy than the rest of us, so we should work together. I don't believe that for a second.
We don't even need like a real alien invasion. We need like some space probe from like Alpha Centauri to crash into a city and kill a few million people. I think that would be enough to get us kind of united.
You'd think that we'd get under the same cause during this whole issue that we're having now with COVID, but we're not really, are we?
Because you can't go to war with COVID. You need something you can go to war with.
You can go to war with COVID. The United States goes to war on bullshit every time, or all the time. I mean,
It's
war
really
on
hard to
drugs.
shoot a virus with bullets.
It's very hard to shoot drugs with bullets and then expect it to actually have any impact, or even shoot the users. We need a cure for religion. So I'm not against religion or religious belief. I am against the institutions that host those beliefs. No, no, I did not lose the scepter. What am I doing?
We like all unpopular opinions. I mean, here I was yesterday arguing that we need to find a Make-A-Wish kid that's got like stage 4 cancer to petition Funcom to fix the game.
Right, you just have to get kids into the game. That sounds like a horrible idea. Because how are we supposed to compete against Fortnite, yo? Give San... Why am I supposed to go Darnell again? I don't have this. Oh, it's 40, 50 seconds. Wait, banned? What do you mean, Whamster? Who's gonna ban you? I mean, unless your unpopular opinion is really, really, really unpopular, I'm probably not gonna ban you. We
You
have
have to
a
go quite.
we have a high threshold here. What was that,
You
Joe?
have to go quite a ways past Hitler did nothing wrong for act to ban you.
Yeah, I think you have to go quite. I mean, we just make fun of you. You'd be content, is what you'd be. I don't know what being Gen X even means. I'm not politically incorrect. Correct. Is anyone really? Even politically or PC people are not PC. Like we did have a kid on the Discord who was against immigration, borderline racist. Didn't really mind that he was. It was just he was misinformed. He was just ignorant, like Michael Jackson likes to say. You're all just ignorant. Oh, I didn't say you were. I'm just saying that he was like unknowingly racist. Is probably the word I want to use.
To be
Well,
honest, I'm starting to become against a lot of immigration too, but for very different reasons than most.
yeah, some immigration policies definitely I'm against.
I think it's real simple. You should have to amalgamate into the culture of the country you move to.
I'm not entirely on that level. Then again, I am not in any way a patriot, and I don't value my traditions or culture any higher than I do others.
I don't mean like you need to like start believing the religion or any of
No, you,
that,
you
but
just have
like
to accept that people are different.
let me put it this way. There is huge swaths of land in Vancouver where the people that live there have basically sued the government saying, hey, we don't want to operate in English. We don't want to have English signs on our businesses. We want to be entirely our own culture and not assimilate into Canadian culture at all.
Yeah, I can understand you being against that. Is is Canada primarily English or French? I don't recall.
Most people are at least partially bilingual,
Yeah,
but it is mostly English outside of Quebec.
yeah, that's what I thought. I even don't mind them taking the society with them as long as it conforms to the laws and requirements of the country that you're moving to. Like if you're moving to a country and you abide by Sharia law, you're not going to be able to bring that into any of the Western countries because
They
we
they
don't operate
upheld
that
that
way.
they upheld that in Ontario.
Do they?
Yeah, so
They do that
they
in
basically
Sweden
they
somewhere as well,
they
I
basically
think.
ruled. They said that even though Sharia law is not legally binding law, that they couldn't prevent someone from willingly submitting to the punishments of a Sharia court.
Huh. But is it willingly
Basic,
though?
well, yeah, basically they told the person saying, "Hey, so your Sharia court has said that you have to have this punishment laid upon you. You don't actually have to do it, but as a nation, we can't legally stop you from administering the punishment upon yourself."
I guess you are within every right to torture yourself, aren't you? I guess. Am I now? Yes, I am finished with the scientists. I now have to do the other bit. And I'm not going to move for 1.5 minutes. So there you go. I'm not against any kind of Islamic like customs at all. I've participated in opening fasts. I've participated in the celebration of Eid. And like if you have a functioning family that just combines their traditions and customs with what's allowed in the country, like don't kill people, obviously, don't stone them to death. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it, and I wouldn't even enter a mosque, but I don't enter churches either. I told there was a kid that asked me to be his godfather, but for me to become his godfather, I had to say that say to the priest that I will uphold Christian laws, and I just have such a moral problem with it. I am never going to do it, and I just laid it on flat on him and said that I am not Christian, and um, I will not teach you to become a better Christian because I don't believe it, and I don't respect the institution. He's old enough to understand these things, luckily, but he was kind of hurt that I decided against becoming his godfather because of it. But he'll understand later, I hope. See, I'm running all the way here, putting me in all this danger. Well, I could just do this. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. There's something about drinking that makes me want to talk about controversial things. I don't know what it is.
Eh,
I mean, yeah, all right, fine.
one of the unpopular things I kind of believe in that lots of people in my social circle have disagreed with me on is I do think they really need to establish a common language. As society spreads out, eventually, if we make it to colonizing like the
Planets?
solar
Yeah.
system and the asteroid belt, maybe stars down the run, like investing in a common language that everyone speaks and can communicate in equal level
They do
seems
that
like
in The Expanse, and I highly support the idea.
Well, there's been many attempts to make a constructed language, but like none of them have ever gained widespread acceptance.
What is one of my unpopular opinions? Well, I guess I have it from work, where I don't believe that just because a kid has problems, he has a right to participate in all of the fruits of society, I should say, which is a horrible thing to say, because these are kids and they do not choose their own behavior. They learn it from somewhere else. They should be the parents should be tracked down and then re-educated. I'm not gonna go that far. uh,
Unpopular opinion of mine: equality of outcome is the dumbest thing ever thought up.
Say that again. Equality of outcome.
Equality of outcome.
What does that mean or entail?
So there's two concepts. This is like a whole larger conversation narrative about like race, privilege, etc. But there's equality of opportunity, which is that everyone is presented the same opportunity to succeed in life and in the workplace and education. And then there's equality of outcome, which is that the system should manipulate those coming into it so that everybody has the same outcome out of the system, regardless of natural abilities, skills, and predilections.
I think I know what you mean, and I don't think I completely disagree with it, because equality in general, especially when it comes to the genders, just doesn't work. We choose to be not equal. Let me I'm gonna preface this, like Nee says. What I'm trying to say is that when it comes to men and women, for some reason, I don't know why, I haven't really looked at it that heavily, they just don't decide to choose certain job opportunities that men do. Say engineering. The few high-paying jobs they do choose to go for are like doctors and lawyers. Egalitarian. Ugh, that's a word I don't recognize. What does egalitarian mean?
Probably the best way for him to understand it would actually be to Google it, because he would get an explanation in Norwegian.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more than that, but Webster is giving the broad strokes.
Yeah, well, I'll be drunk too soon, Colgarius.
Technically, it expands on that to also include like worth and moral status and moral standing and caste and a bunch of other things. Like, the idea isn't wrong. The problem
Thank you,
is
Vibers.
when you beat down everything that makes people unique so that you have equality of outcome, which is dumb. Because then you end up situations like what you had in the USSR, where suddenly the most productive farmers are being punished because they're more productive than the people who don't know how to farm.
By the way, I have credits on my channel as well. I've been copying Scott. So if you want to gamble, go ahead. We serve all vices.
Like, IQ's not a good measuring stick, but we'll use it for this argument. If you had pure equality of outcome, and you had two people that wanted to be a scientist, and one of them has huge innate ability, has like an IQ north of 140, and wants to be like a physicist or a mathematician, and then you have somebody who wants to do exactly the same thing, but only has, for whatever reason, like an IQ of 80, and then your system forces both of those people to be awarded with master's degrees or PhDs and puts them into the workforce as equals, you end up with a broken system.
I'm going to be adding 100 points to all viewers right now. I'm thinking I'll add 100 points to everyone during like every hour or so.
Now, just to clarify, the system should allow the people that want to try and be scientists to be scientists, but there should be no guarantee of success.
Right. It is especially shown in it is more widely shown in, oh, my apologies, in workplaces where when it comes to your physical strength and what you have to do as a physical being, contra man versus woman. While I wouldn't say no to a woman being a police officer, which is the old adage, there is no doubt that a man is more suited to take down a criminal than a woman. Of course, in the United States, they just shoot the guy, but we don't do that in Norway. You actually have to restrain them.
I agree, Wamster. And
Which
yeah,
is,
as far as like biological characteristics go and like traits, like actually go ahead and finish what you're gonna say, Ack.
I was just going to add one PS. With that said, I know women that would probably beat any kind of criminal they met down to the ground, and then take them in on their own. It's just not how things work generally. I mean, you do have outliers.
Oh, so an example of this where I was gonna go with like a clear biological bias, right? So they made a big thing here about there wasn't enough representation in paramedics for both genders. So they went on a big hiring spree.
Yeah.
They basically froze the hiring of men and said, we're going to hire as many female paramedics as we can. The problem is they ran into problems. You can't have two female paramedics in an ambulance lift a 350-pound guy down a flight of stairs.
Correct. That's probably the better example of what I was trying to say.
So what they ended up doing, because they didn't want to go back on their equal hiring, is they just said, oh, okay, any ambulance that has two females, we'll just add a third person to those shifts. The problem with that is it's inefficient by design, because now you're using three people to perform the job that was previously done by two people.
Right. A friend of mine, she was won the strongest cop, or like she was the strongest cop out there for a time. She'd probably do good as a paramedic.
See, I think if they were like, and of course this would never happen because of privacy reasons, if they really wanted to try and make it work, at least with like the paramedic example, they need to have like some sort of system where they can say, okay, the person we're coming to treat is X and X weight. Swap out the team on the ambulance before you send it. And then you can probably make it work, because two female paramedics could probably pick up someone of normal, non-obese weight fine. And like you could probably make it work in that situation. But there's other situations where I don't think it works at all. Like, I don't think, this is going to come across as sexist to a lot of people, I think by and large, women don't work well as firefighters. They just don't have the muscle capacity.
Although, what Wemster just said, in Australia they've reduced the passing grade for females in engineering degree. They work just fine as engineers. Their mental capacity isn't. Here we are, men talking about women.
So
this is degrading, but the mental capacity between humans is as distinct as it is between the sexes. It's just you can have a guy do as well in engineering as you can have a woman.
So I read a thing that was actually talking about that very recently, Wamster. They were actually saying the reason why they reduced the passing grade is to attract more women into particularly STEM fields that normally wouldn't feel that as their first choice and opt to choose it from the earning potential perspective when normally they would have picked something else, which I guess makes some sense if you only care about like the amount of graduates out of the program. But really, what they need to do is they need to be looking really hard at like K to 12 or K to 13, depending where you are, and say, why do women not like STEM fields?
I'm gonna take this opportunity to go grab a beer and go take a quick bio break. I'm gonna use my fancy stream deck to do this.
I don't even think it's about equal outcome. I think in that particular case, it's about the university like meeting quotas.
Right, and I'll be right back.
I think he realized he pressed it and then it went off again. Completely agree, Wham. They just need to find a way to get women more interested in STEM at a younger age so that they can get over this cultural bias against women being into STEM. Like, not obviously an academic field, but it's starting to finally happen now with video games. Video games are becoming more socially acceptable for women at young ages, which is going to translate into more girls in gaming and in other genres of gaming. It just needs to be applied to like a whole plethora of things, STEM being probably one of the ones at the top of the list. I mean, I will say there's definitely going to be hurdles. Guys, by and large, at least younger guys, are horrible to women in gaming. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. That's what STEM stands for. Yeah, it's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Yes. Lots of people, I'm sure, hear the term and think that it basically is just an umbrella term for like everything that's a science related field. I will say, though, there is a bunch of like, and this is another conversation. They have actively tried to push things inside of STEM to fuck with quotas, like gender science being considered a STEM field is literally just it's a marketing thing by the universities to say, hey, we had this many female STEM graduates, even though gender studies it's a social field. It's not a science field, at least not at this step. Dude, I got into a huge argument. Like, I'm all for the movement, whatever, but I got into a huge argument recently with someone over the fact that a self identified gender that can mean two completely different things amongst two individuals that say they are the same gender has no like scientific significance whatsoever.
you have to have static meanings in things for it to be scientifically valid or to have any appreciable value as data. And people that are self-assigning genders to themselves based on their feelings has no basis in science. They have all four people identifying how they want to be identified and being gendered how they want to be gendered. It doesn't have any appreciable value to science at this point, unless someone could make like a genetic link between something that has a scientific value and why someone identifies as a particular gender. But the thing is, so people used to think of biological sex and gender as the same
Back.
thing. And now gender's this new thing, and it's still kind of like forming in the vernacular of language. But as it is right now, it has no scientific significance whatsoever, as far as I'm concerned. Well, I mean, there is biological genders other than male and female. There's like 6 different genome variants for intersex, but that's still like an abstraction of male or female, right? Gender is something entirely differently. Last I checked, there was like 80 something common genders that people had just fucking made up.
Excuse me, just real quick. I'm still gonna continue the stream. I just need to call one of the kids, and he's having an issue. So I'm going to switch over to the intro or the starting soon screen, and I'm gonna turn off my mic as I call them. So I'll be right back, Dre. I'll be right back, everyone. See you soon.
You could argue that, Webster, and I see your point, but technically speaking, the current identification of biological sex is a combination of your hormones, your chromosomes, and your genitals. And while the genitals might be a mixture of the other 2 sexes, the chromosomes are a unique expression. So technically, they would be under that scientific criteria an additional gender or an additional biological sex. But like, again, that's a whole nother area. Like, people are still redefining the terms in this clusterfuck we've got going on. But if you want to limit specifically to genitalia, then you are correct. There's 2 biological sexes and hermaphrodite isn't one. But that is not the only criteria for biological sex.
And I'm back. Kid's not picking up. Yeah, I guess I'll stay out of this conversation. Actually, no. I have the same opinions as you. I think there are different genders, but not obviously different sexes, but only 2 of them. I think isn't that what people are saying these days?
Well, so
at least.
It depends on terminology and criteria. Gender, whether people like it or not, has been irreparably separated from biological sex.
Right.
It is something completely different now.
Gender
But
used to be the same as sex, but it isn't by
commonly, yes. It isn't by the current standing or agreed upon term. But I will still argue that it is scientifically irrelevant because 2 people can prescribe to be the same gender and have a completely different understanding of what it means.
Right.
So it scientifically has no value to it at this point. And that's not to say that those people should be disrespected or shouldn't be able to call themselves whatever gender they like or identify however they like. It just has no validity in science at this point.
Hello.
I could see someone sneaking in from behind, though, and arguing that's a data scientist, that all data is valid and beautiful. But fuck those guys.
Wrong euro. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna use my soldier to kill these mossy girders because my agent is probably not gonna be able to do these high level aim shots for too long. So it's easier to use my soldier. He's in the lower. Oh, I need to reload.
Now, what I will say, and I don't think it's going to happen within our lifetimes, is eventually someone will probably come up with like some standardized logic for gender and biological sex and like sexual orientation and sexual attraction and like the characteristics and subgroups and expressions of those. But we're all going to be long dead by the time that's agreed upon.
See, wasn't that quick and easy? And ding, 160. Nice. Yeah, I just did that with my soldier. I just didn't think of it before now. Uh, Pay attention. One with developing words. That's what I was thinking about. Actually, I'd say fuck Shoal. That's worst of the two, in my opinion. Ever since they removed the run speed debuff from being underwater, Adonis has become a much better place to be. Let's get to it. Yeah, that's what I want to say. But the difference being is that you can't just press numpad 0 and then run all the way through Adonis. I mean, sure, you can do that in Adonis. Swimming speed has also been removed, so might as well. I need to kill things again. There he is. How long has it been since you've played the game? Because that's been quite a staple for quite a while. A lot of buffs are 4 hours, and you know, let me just bring this window, make this a little bit bigger. One of the problems I had with my soldier, or my other soldier, is some buffs like riot control weren't 4 hours, AC buffs weren't 4 hours, but everything, as you can see, has been changed to 4 hours, so I only have to buff this character every 4 hours.
Mr. Unk.
RC was about 20 minutes, yes. And despite them being 4 hours, I don't have them running. Is Unk here? Hey, Unk.
I am.
I've got a surprise for you at the end of this quest. I mean, it's not
Okay.
really a surprise.
Oh, I see.
Oh, yeah. You know it.
I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, right? western top cliff. I actually have to check this. Altitude plate, altitude plate. This is the western one, or is it over here? No, that's the one. Let's go up. I thought I was going to be able to finish this by Thursday, but I've just been stuck at work and so tired when I came home. So how are you doing, Unc? I'm trying to convince Trey that speaking in a room with a lot of other people, it doesn't really matter. Just get your ass here.
I'm leaving in another 45 minutes.
I mean, when you get to the hospital, grace us with your presence, why don't you?
Well, that would mean talking on my cell phone, which Uncle attest sounds like ass.
Yeah, but you're a good conversation, so I'd rather listen to ass than nothing at all. Well, I mean, Unc is here, so I guess I could listen to him.
Just conspiring to get me kicked out of the hospital for saying inappropriate things.
Did I forget the report? I don't think Trey streams. He streams to us, but that's private.
Every time I stream on Twitch, I get in trouble for streaming nude characters.
Oh, really? Have you tried?
Yeah, I've got like 2 strikes or whatever.
Oh, yeah, because his characters are all nude in his game, that is.
I should fix that at some point.
But they don't have genitalia, as far as I could see.
Not in this version. They
Right.
did at one point.
So, Wonk, your suggestion is to go to 170, wasn't it?
Or what?
For an agent?
Yes.
Right. Let's see.
270 or 220. Either one.
Yeah, 170 is the one. I've already passed my other limit, so here we go. Let's do this thing. What's the kid saying now? Excuse me a moment. Sorry. Hmm. Let's see, where was I? What time is it at your place, Unc?
519.
Didn't I do this right? Am I still doing this wrong? 5 p.m., isn't it?
Yes, 5:19 p.m.
Um, oh, Western is over there. What am I doing?
Phone.
All right. This part of the quest really infuriates me. I always do it wrong.
Which
The plates, the altitude plates.
Oh. Yeah, those are fun.
Like the quest on its own is um, the is it the Euros one? What's it called again? The Euros quest is the worst one. The scientist one is long and just bothersome. But the Euros quest has just this one quest, which is just I fucking hate it. It really grinds my gears. If that's a thing anymore. Come on. Is this the wrong one? This is another one. Yeah, oh, Jesus Christ, I hate this game.
I'm back.
Welcome.
WB. Promise I'll do something more fun once I finish this quest. In that case, what kind of endgame content does the stream want to see?
I should do
Whatever you say, don't say POH. Or the new Temple of Three Winds, because I hate those places.
TB3.
Yeah.
Actually,
we need
yeah.
DB3.
I'd love to do DB3. Oh, I got this item already. Um, do I have the people for it though? Let's see if the org wants to join. Maybe I'll just solo it on my Shade. Shade solos everything these days. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Do it, you won't.
Hmm?
Said do it, you won't.
I will. I'm sure there's a method of soloing DB3, eh? Some.
Only way I've ever done it.
It is DO week. I could do a DO run, if that's what you guys want. We have one vote for DB3 and one for. Do we have two? Did Dre also say that?
Yeah.
Do my votes honestly count?
Yes. So did you agree with the DB3 one?
Yeah, as long as you're not going to do it from in the ceiling.
No, we're gonna do it legit.
I've never done it that way.
Legit or in the ceiling.
Legit. It's kind of impressive when you consider it's been out for more than 10 years now.
Now you've got to do it legit. You got to teach Unc how to do it.
How am I gonna teach him something that I haven't done that much?
Trial and error.
Yeah, I guess. You never had a group do Dio. Have you ever done Dio, Wamster? Because if you've done it on a box or whatever, the differences are not that big. No? Or have you ever seen Dio? Is my question then.
He said he hadn't really played since LE.
Oh, well then you haven't seen POH. I take it. You haven't
Dio
seen.
isn't really a thing you can see. It's just a combination of other things that existed before it.
Right. So if you've done DB1, DB2, and DB3, then you. Oh, I mean DB. What am I saying? Vortex, not DB3. Then you've basically done Dio. The only difference is that the only difference between Dio and what was available at your time is the generals. Didn't they get added later? I think
No,
so.
the generals have been there since like fucking
Really?
15, 16 years ago, at least.
No, not that long. They went out in 2005. Really?
Yeah, they were.
Holy
Yeah,
shit,
they
I
were.
had no idea.
Yeah, they've been there for a long, long time.
But they're
Talking about who? Like the generals
Vivian,
out in the world?
yeah, Vivian
Oh,
and
Yeah,
they,
stuff.
the
they've been there
generals in
since
PW.
2002.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Huh.
they were added when they did the Dust Brigade short as part of the animated series.
I thought
When
that
they
was
did-
only like
That's why they
extra
dropped
content.
like old school RK loot.
Huh. I thought that the short was only just for fun, not something that really got added to the game.
No, like the reason why the Halloween people, the pumpkin heads, are in the shorts is because they did the shorts at the same time as they added them. They were to advertise the content they added in the game. He's
Huh.
talking about like Vivian and Nurtok and like the beeping backpack and all of that loot. Yeah.
Wait, have I just completely misunderstood?
Nerd talks to him. I'm pretty sure Nurtox was supposed to be Nitrox, but
Nitrox, yes.
but it is Nurtox because Funcom.
Yeah, I was about to say they're not the mercenaries. I was about to say that I had the completely different idea of who
So the
the
thing is,
mercenaries
they
were.
are actually roughly the same difficulty as the Mercs and Smug and Eel. They have about the same amount of health. It's just their loot is so inferior to those that nobody bothered to kill them with the same frequency.
Right.
I mean, I killed him to get a Tim scope for some of my twings, but
Or do they drop Tim scopes?
the Chronolist does, the one in Eastern PW.
Here I've been killing Tim for Tim scopes.
So much easier if you just take a 220 out there and kill the general and
I guess.
warp your bow if you have to loot it.
Now you tell me, like 17 years later, or yeah.
I'm sorry.
I didn't even play the game in 2002. When do you guys think I started playing the game? And anybody who knows the answer from before?
2005.
2005.
Yeah, I was about to say. That's the wrong answer, by the way.
2006?
I'm not
No,
gonna. You guys have like inside information. You're close, but
I don't.
We're not talking about Lejour, and we're not talking about Agent What's His Nuts. There is DB bosses in PW that have been there, WAMP, since we played.
yeah, I started in 2004. But I want to say, honestly, I probably started in 2005 because I never really was an active player until 2005. So I guess that's. And also, my oldest characters are from 2005, so
you
I'll
might just
take
not
that
have
one.
known of them, WAMP, because nobody bothered to kill them.
In that case, Overpar gets 1,000 points. No, no, actually,
A lot of points to gamble with.
nobody gets any points. Nobody has it correct yet. I literally just said the answer, but everybody
2007?
everybody had the wrong answer. Unk gets the points.
You need gambling money. Don't you have a gambling bot?
I do have a gambling bot, and he works on credits. He does. Let's see, where is Unk Error? There he is. Unk Error gets 1,000 points. A 0 do credits. Unk, see how much you have.
I love how the second we discover you have credits, we're instantly gambling and doing.
I've been hinting at it for some time. Oh, am I gonna be nicer than Scott and actually?
I have like 10 million credits in Scott's stream right now. So
What? How?
yeah,
He takes everyone's credits.
Right.
I take everyone's credits, dude. Also, Scott tried to make people get credits for subscribing, but he kind of made it so that when you gift a subscription to somebody, you get the credits.
He didn't do that. That's the API does that by default. Check.
Okay, yeah. So
So you guys have been giving away subscriptions, or at least Trey maybe he has
We-
money to spend.
E-Tide gave away.
We gave away 150 subs the other night, and then we dueled each other until he had no credits and I had them all.
But it started out very different than that. It started out with B-Tide winning every single time.
I remember that, yes. And then I won against him once, but I didn't actually bet any credits. No, that was Savik. I won against her.
I took all Savic's credits earlier.
Where are these again? Lacroix, Cemeteria, Marissa, and...
I almost felt bad about it, but not really.
Let us see. LaCroix.
Someone needs to join this heist.
I don't have any credit.
It's just wrong of me to join these things because I can just give myself so many credits. Unk, alright. I'll give you credits to join the heist.
Okay.
And that's the allowance that you could get. Let's just find you again. Unc error. Unc error. Ah, I'll just search for you. What? You're not there. I think maybe you have
Just
two.
use the chat command. It works better.
Check command.
Yeah, just add
I should
credits.
be there now.
Ah, yeah.
The heist is over.
I'll give it to
Great.
Ive.
Credit.
Does this work? I haven't checked the commands yet.
You have to enable command.
I think I have it enabled.
But
Well, it
you
did
give
work.
him credits, and he instantly just rolls slots all.
But I didn't even get the credits yet.
No, you didn't. Let's see comments. I'm sorry for the delay there, but uh, um, add points. Of course, it's still in points. Add points. Unc error 25. There you go. Make your millions. That's the last piece you'll get for free.
It's not working. Is there a minimum to gamble?
Yeah, but it's lower than. Hey, you lost your
The gamble
26
didn't
credits.
work.
Campbell kidney, Athos. See, now the viewers are coming in. See, when everybody can gamble and do stuff. This is why Scott has so many viewers. They just
I
like.
can't gamble. I have no credits.
No, well, you should have thought of that before.
See, when we build a
Where am I
centralized
going?
gambling bot,
What
we
am I
should
doing?
allow like loan sharking.
Kill LaCroix. 20
Wait,
vision
what
containers.
account is my fixer on?
Oh, of course. It's over there. Now I know. Ugh, I'm gonna have to use my MT for this. And I don't think he has a shield. To hell with it.
Apparently, I have 9 active accounts.
This is
Forgot
unrelated.
about one.
But have you seen how sophisticated some of those GMI bots are?
No.
So I was buying out ability NCUs for Scott's giveaway, and there was like 5 of them listed, and I bought out all 5 of them, and then I went back to the GMI terminal, and about 30 seconds later, that same person that had sold 5 had 10 posted. So I bought out those 10, and then they instantly had another 10 posted.
I see. Is it a bot or are they just no-lifing it? Because there are quite a few people that just no-life it.
Well, considering that one particular person has like 9 million things listed, I think it's a bot.
That should be the one, the correct one there, Jack. Let's try this with Ankarer.
So the mail doesn't seem to break anymore.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I know, Alvin.
I took about 2,500 mails out of the box and it worked fine.
Unk, I just sent you a duel request, just to see if it works. Since you need the credits and all.
Did you give me credits first, though?
Can't you accept it without credits?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You have to have the amount of... You could just give me 10 credits and then I could accept it. Wait, actually, no. You have a duel in progress already, apparently.
Yeah.
It was a little strange though, because I got about 1,000 mails, and then there was about an hour pause, and then there was another 1,000 mails, or 1,000. Actually, I didn't count them exactly. And then, like about 20 minutes after that, the rest of them showed up.
Didn't I give everybody 100 creds? Or
I had 100 credits earlier, and then I gambled it all.
wait, I guess I did technically miss the one of the deadlines that I have for giveaways. Every hour I'll give away 100 credits. That's 17 minutes ago. So let's add
Give me
points.
credit.
100 to all viewers. It might take some time for your account to actually get them though.
What quest are you
Want my
working on?
crack now?
I'm on the Shoal Job, Euro quest.
Are you just doing it for XP?
No, I'm doing it for
He's
a
playing an agent.
nano.
I
Why?
was gonna say if you need quick levels, they changed the LA Catacombs quest. You can pull it up to 199 now.
Yeah, I know. I just can't be bothered doing them. I hate this place. Of course, Omnitech Protect, and I need to protect. What? The riots in Malmö? For anybody who doesn't know, Malmö is a city in Sweden. And there are riots there. Why the fuck are there riots in Malmö?
Full riot for weird reasons.
Violent riots in Malmö. We do not have control. Sweden has fucked up royally.
Hey,
Hey, Ameno. Did you hear about the riots in Malmö? Right? By that logic, every riot in the United States is clan-made.
did I give them to you already, Unk, or did someone else give them to you?
I think I've had them.
Well,
Because I have the ones from the other things too.
you're missing the heal though.
What's the heal?
So there's two heals. There's a 10% one that hits both your pets. That comes from Ashley Winstead.
Oh yeah, I don't have those.
And
I've
then
done
the
that
other
quest
one
on any character in like 10 years.
The quest is terrible.
Which one?
Corporal Ashley Winstead.
Oh yeah. The marriage counseling, isn't that it?
You go and kill a bunch of cyborgs and shit.
What did those cyborgs ever do to you?
I don't know. Potentially they killed someone who was really squish flying to the 5th tower on the DB quest. Like one time.
Fair enough.
I see that
Suppose that's as good a
cry.
reason as any.
Oh, I should probably swap the window, shouldn't I? So that you can actually see the action that's going on. And let's keep my agent there, so if he dies, you'll see it. Ugh, my apologies. Wait, where am I going? This way and
Over
down there.
there.
Yeah, I am.
I think
I'm
they would
actually
get mad
going
at
over
me if
there.
I bought one of those car air fresheners and brought it back with me.
Thanks for reminding me. I actually need to buy one for my car. The one that I stole.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You
My sister
stole a
used to own the
car?
car. And it smells.
Technically, there is a no scent policy at the hospital.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're not supposed to wear any like deodorant or perfume.
Oh,
That said, I don't think the old people are really paying attention to that policy.
I was about to say something insensitive, but I'll abstain from it.
Do they smell like old people?
They smell like old people.
Yeah, but what
That's why I had to get. That's why I had to get the private room, dude.
what
That was
do
the
like
overwhelming reason.
what do old people smell like?
They smell like old people.
No, there's
Wet farts and dirt.
no. They smell like death.
Sure.
Isn't that a horrible thing to say?
Nah.
Nah, maybe not.
Seems reasonable.
I think lots of people break that rule, Jack, but that is technically the policy of the hospital. I'm talking like 85 plus.
Yeah, it is actually the smell of, or, well, it smells like dying, I should say. At least I am saying this
Smells
without
like
having
rotting flesh.
having done absolutely no research and going by the word of my doctor, who just says that we happen upon the topic of old people and the unique smell of old people and old people's apartments, where it smells like decaying is the word he'd
Oh,
probably use.
apparently they've actually researched this. It's the smell of their skin breaking down and a lack of a specific chemical
Oh yeah. So
causes the
Which chemical?
2-nonol, which I'm not sure what chemical that is, to break down, and becomes increasingly concentrated when people pass 75 years of age.
so it
Huh.
is the smell of the dying.
It's the smell of rotting flesh.
Yep, exactly. That's what my doc said. So
People that are so old that they've already started to just decompose and they're not even in the ground yet.
well, that happens to dying people.
We're all dying slowly.
Yeah, but we are not decomposing yet, are we? Or at least I hope not.
Eh.
Meh.
As someone who's 75, it's 3 times as potent as someone who's 50.
Dude, my grandma's like 100.
Does she smell like old people?
I don't know, I haven't seen her in a few years.
The other one was bring back 3 vision. Ah, why did I just leave the place and then frustrating.
Leave a place and go right back.
Yeah. All right then.
Good job.
See, this is why you read
Wait,
the
Wait,
missions.
why
just
do
in
I have
case.
mail on my doctor? I shouldn't have mail on my doctor. What did I buy?
I'm gonna have to go bio soon again.
I bought some boots.
Real boots? Oh yeah, all right.
I bought boots of the imaginative.
Digital boots. We're all gonna go and smell our grandparents now, aren't we?
Hopefully not.
No, I'm not that insensitive.
All my grandparents have been dead since 1993. There'd be a lot of digging.
Yeah, my grandpa isn't doing so well, but he doesn't. Last time I visited them, they didn't really have that old people smell yet. He is praying for many more years of servitude to the living. Is it at this point where we should say that we won't smell them unless we're in their will? No?
will be a strange will.
Hold on a bit. I just want to add this. That's how well it hit. Someone's selling a Pioneer backpack. I should probably give mine away, shouldn't I? At this point. I'm gonna do it.
It's Ven,
Nah, you should sell
it's
it.
Ven,
No.
it's Ven Dixon.
Yeah. But
He was so sure he was going to get like 50 billion a Pioneer backpack.
Tell Darknet want to sell Pioneer backpack for less than Env expects.
I'm not even on Darknet. I tried to join it once and it was like, you gotta wait like 3 weeks to fucking post a message. And I was like, nah, that's alright.
Somebody in my alliance got kicked out of Yeats, by the way.
The fuck is a Yeats?
To join Yeats so I can get kicked out and continue the tradition of being banned from the public raid bots.
And apparently the reason he got kicked is because he was messing with a clanner, so that's interesting.
Yeah, well, I got banned from Hellcom on RK1 because I had clan tunes on RK2.
My dad got
2
banned
years
from
before the merge.
my dad got banned from Hellcom for not being the person he was supposed to be.
Oh.
If that makes any sense.
I got banned from the forums for being a froob once.
Ugh, what a horrible thing to experience.
But have you ever been banned for being a froob?
Mm-mm. I haven't. I should probably apologize to Dixon.
Why? It's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, is that capitalism?
Yeah.
I have more of those than you do. I can sell them for less.
Got to accept, Noni.
Accept.
No.
Of course. What did you expect? Do you think I wouldn't make sure that the bot follows my directions?
I would do it, but I don't have any credit.
Well, you gotta earn them. Otherwise, I still have to.
Did earn them.
I still have to go through the items, and no, I mean through the through the settings to make sure that you guys get adequate points for what time you spend in the stream. Currently, I just have it on the general option.
Your bot won't even let me do it for 2 points.
Oh, I gotta say that.
Also, limiting duels to 10,000? Like, what is that? Beta and I were dueling each other for 1 million each.
I am actually going to edit that. I've been thinking about it. Let's see, modules, jewels should be basically unlimited. If you want to waste your money, fine, go for it. I don't think
you can only duel for what the other person has anyway.
Yeah, alright, so that one's fixed. The gambling though, I have to make up my mind about. If we become a high roller kind of thing, sure, I'll increase it, but for now,
There's no easy way to get to high roller on yours because we can't gift subs to get points.
Wait, do we get points for following?
no. I don't know.
Why not?
I don't know.
should make it give points for following, and then tell me when you do it, and I'll follow. And then I'll unfollow and see if it lets me do it again.
Sorry, yeah. Apologies, I need to just do one quick thing. And I'm back. Sorry about that one.
October 26th.
What's happening?
Shadowlands.
Huh?
You should come play with us, Noni.
What are we doing? Are you adding Shadowlands to your game?
No, but the WoW expansion comes out. You should come play with us.
Ugh.
You'd have to make an NA account, though.
Do I want to deal with the lag?
It's not that bad. WoW has good servers. From Norway, you'd have like 100 MS.
That's a bit too much for me.
100 is too much for you?
Yeah, I work at what? 30? Oh,
What's your reaction time?
I don't know.
Break out
I
the
don't-
human benchmark. Let's do this on stream.
I'd like to see the ping time of AO servers.
I would
That's
too,
about
actually,
200
because I would
usually.
expect them to be quite good. But then again, they moved their servers, didn't they?
Their servers are hosted in New Jersey, so your ping time on AO is not going to be better than your ping in WoW.
No, I know that the ping in AO is not consistent with this being a Norwegian game. Those cunts.
Stop killing whatever you're killing and do that test on stream.
Do I? Alright then. Let's see. Open up my stream. Plus. Display. Wait, I need to close all my porn tabs first. Isn't that
But
what
do
you're
you?
supposed to? Just doing it for the content.
Did you not hear about the alleged twin incident?
Let's do this. I've been drinking, so this is not fair.
Apparently mine is 259 milliseconds.
Right, I'm gonna try this again. About 200. If we round it down. Is that it?
That's the human benchmark.
I should do this after before drinking.
You just gotta hit the Balmer peak.
Ugh, I can't do this after
I
drinking.
just need to go write a bot for this.
You could. Let's see, where was I? Visions, visions, visions. There we have two.
Actually be pretty impressive if you could get less. At least if you're doing it via pixel read. If you could get it less than 10 ms.
So, I mean, at some point it's going to be limited by something other than your reaction time. Depending on how they have it
Congratulations,
implemented.
Webster, you're better than me.
Your monitor is probably adding realistically 16 to 30 minutes.
Why do you say that?
Because that's the normal input processing time for a monitor.
I have a 60 hertz at the moment. You don't drink at all?
Those 1 ms and like 8 ms times that are quoted on monitors, those are the gray to gray times before processing. There is gaming monitors that are capable of like reasonably 8 ms, but most are 16 to 32.
You're not boring.
Also, most frame times for video games are in the order of 8 to 12 ms before the image is actually displayed.
Or in the case of Funcom, 3 seconds.
Nope.
So you're talking about the motion picture response time? Is that what you're talking about?
That's part of it. So there's the pixel response time, which is how long it takes a pixel to change from one color to another. There's also the signal processing time, which is how long it takes the main board and Tcon board to generate the image to be displayed on your screen with the information that's provided to it. And then on top of that, there is the per frame processing time, which is computed by your GPU and CPU.
Alright. I'm gonna go for a quick bio. I will be right back.
Join my stream, Dre.
You doing Blur Busters? That looks so weird over stream.
I bet it does.
Yeah, that's an attempt to measure it in app, but to actually measure your actual like response time, you need a third party tool.
Kind of tool.
It's usually an infrared diode that is placed in the device on your screen, and then your computer will be sent a series of alternating black and white patterns similar to what you have there, and it'll measure the time for it to go from white to completely black back to white. It even says it right there in the description. MRTG is not the same as G2G. Busters is a really good site, though. Lots of useful stuff on there. There's other stuff that goes into too how fast your click registers, like what the polling rate of your input device is. Is your mouse polling at 100 hertz or 250 hertz or 1,000 hertz?
So what you're saying is I need a better mouse.
I don't know. What's your mouse?
Corsair Scimitar.
If you install the software, you can probably set it to it.
I'm back. By the way,
Software.
I did try to explain that you are not boring because you don't drink. That's not how it works. Actually, I
It's set
commend
to
you.
1,000 hertz
You're already on 1,000 hertz.
per 1 MSec, which is millisecond, I think.
Yeah, so that means the mouse sensor is attempting to scan 1,000 times per one refresh cycle. Basically, that's what you want it on.
I want it faster. And my keyboard's polling rate is also 1,000 hertz.
Nice. With N key rollover. So you can roll your
And
face
red
across the
switches.
keyboard.
Yeah.
Red switch? How do you
Yeah.
how do you code on red switches?
I had to get used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a challenge, let me tell you. For work, I use blue switches. But for everything else, I use red switches.
I use blues and well, I'm using blues right now. My other keyboard that finally failed me after 18 years was a hodgepodge of switches.
Nobody responded
Yeah,
to me selling the Pioneer backpack for cheaper than Vin Dixon did. There was only one. He just thought it was funny.
Oh wait, no, I forgot. Because I had a keyboard with blues that I was using for work, but it died, and I actually replaced it with reds.
Get
So
airline
yeah,
triggers,
I write
man.
all of my code with red switches.
Need to get some glorious greens or some whites.
I don't remember what the difference between whites and reds is.
Whites and greens are stronger blues.
Okay.
Basically, a green is a little bit stronger blue, and a white switch is basically telling your fingers to fuck off every time you bottom the key out.
All right. Yeah, I don't have the software installed on my work computer though, so I'm not sure what the polling rate is on that.
For a keyboard, I don't think anyone can actually type fast unless the polling rate matters that much.
Challenge accepted.
If we're talking about like typing speed, my record is 130 words a minute.
Mine's about like 190 when I'm really busting ass, or at least it used to be.
Really?
I mean, get some red
Words?
switches.
Are
It'll
those
go up.
are those like? Can you make out the words, or are they just?
I use Z-type for testing because every other testing thing is bullshit. If you know the stuff and you can memorize and you can prepare for it, it's not a true measure of typing speed.
I did have this interesting contest with my younger brother where I said if he ever beats me in typing speed, he'll get a huge present. Bought him a PlayStation because he beat me by, I think it was 2 words a minute, and he
What?
really, really went into it to win.
Why don't you throw up Z-type for the stream and see what kind of numbers you can bang out?
No, I've been drinking. This isn't constructive at all.
Because he's doing a very important quest, Dre. Fuck off.
Yeah, I've just been waiting for this for the days. I've been doing this for so long, it's frustrating him.
Frustrates me just to watch people do this quest.
Yeah, it's, it's so
Just knowing that people are doing this quest frustrates me.
exactly.
Anyway,
I'll be sure if I design quests like this on, put slot machines along the way.
Dude, if you find quests like this, I'm gonna fucking hack your game and find a way to spawn items. Fuck you. That's all I have to say about that.
I've noticed something on that you often have like this one thing that you want to say about something.
You finally went AFK.
Oh no.
I'm just gonna chill here until my painkillers run out.
Is that such a good idea?
I was really, really bored at the hospital. Literally all I was doing was leveling.
Last time I was in the hospital, I didn't even get to do any of that. I was in so much pain.
No, they've had me pretty doped up.
Even doped up, I was just gone for the duration. But I should say, last time I was actually staying at the hospital. I've been to the hospital since, like, for a day's visit or so.
So that's actually something that'd be interesting to study. What the different countries' like policies are on pain. Because at least here at the local hospital, if you're in anything over mild discomfort, not use the mild word aggressively. If
Right.
you're under like whatever limits they have, they will dope you the fuck up.
Do they? I don't know if they do that in Norway.
Got a mild headache? Here's some morphine.
Right. Yeah. No, that doesn't work here. I did get a lot of morphine when I injured my leg last year. It was a good time. Good times.
My gallbladder that had me so doped up, I managed to pass a gallstone that was almost as big as a golf ball through my common bile duct.
Oof. For some reason, I find that hard to believe, but I'm not saying it's not true. That makes
I
sense.
have the ultrasound images somewhere.
Cause that's got a smart.
No, dude, okay. So
I
the
mean,
amount of morphine I was under, I damn near was on fentanyl. You could have cut my leg off and I'd be like, it would have been fine.
why aren't these dropping more visions? Come on, come on.
Like, you've been numbed up on painkillers to the point where they stick you with an IV and you don't even feel it.
I don't feel IVs in general. Well, I do feel them, but just a small prick. What are we saying? Like I don't notice the skin moving as they
No,
do
like
it.
the person comes up, stabs you, sticks the IV in, hangs the bag, and you're looking the other direction and you look back and you're surprised that there's an IV in you now.
Thank you, X Dude over 9,000 for raiding with a group of 22 people. And hello, 22 people. How are you folks doing?
Can we talk about some people were like really bad
Oh, I'm not
with
doing
putting in
Iron Man.
IVs?
I wouldn't be able to do it. Say that again, Dre. Sorry. What was that?
How like some nurses are really bad at putting in IVs and they like blow out the vein and your hand swells up.
Oof, especially men. Fucking men. And especially women as well. No, like,
I haven't
no
had any
sexism here.
dudes screw up a vein, but I've had lots of like female trainee nurses screw up veins.
Yeah.
It's the worst when it's in your hand because your hand feels like achy for like a couple weeks.
Look at this attack. Everybody's killing Omnis right now. And we're
Oh,
at 348%.
they've promised to hit us down to 0.
Oh, oh, they're gonna have to succeed. Um, let's see. Why am I not doing Iron Man? I'm not suited for it. I've done it once before. I mean, first character is basically Iron Man. I did it on 2019, and I have become so accustomed to using my other accounts to help me out when I just can't bother doing these quests anymore. Guess that's a lack of commitment on my part, maybe.
See, I would just deliberately die until I got a pet class, and then I would automate the shit out of getting to 200.
Oh, do you roll them like that?
Yeah, you roll your class.
I could probably do it on a pack class. I'm not gonna do it.
A bunch of the people doing the Iron Man challenge either haven't played the game in a long time or don't know enough about the old ways. But there is tons of spots in arcade where you can literally stand on top of a box or a hut, get your pet out, and just have it attack shit forever. And the mobs will aggro to you, but not reset because they don't have enough heal delta. And your pets will just kill them 24/7, 365.
Right. Same thing about SL. Those things are still possible there.
Yeah, well, the Iron Man challenge specifically is on a FERP. So I would literally I would die until I roll the pet class.
Yeah, that's correct. Target. 9,000 he did raid me with a group of 22. I'm grateful, and I thank him. If I ever see him playing while I'm streaming, I'll definitely remember to raid him as well. But I am not doing the Iron Man challenge, and I probably never will. What used to be is me and Dark used to stream after each other, so he'd used to go to bed and I'd take over his stream, and then I do the higher level contents, something I'm not doing right now. But then we had a huge influx of new streamers and old returning streamers as well. Kalas is a returning one, or did he stream regularly in March, April, May? I don't know. Don't recall.
Remember?
So anyway, yeah. So I took over for Dark. This stream used to be called AO After Dark. Oh, sorry, a little burp there. But then, oh, heist, 1,000. Don't I have 1,000 credits? What is this?
Don't have 1,000 credits.
What? How is this possible? Oh, I closed the window, of course. Streamable? No, not streamable. Streamlabs. Let's uneven the playfield, shall we? Is this my third hour yet? No, 7 more minutes. Since I missed all the other ones, I'll just give everybody a 200 point advantage. A welcome gift to the rest of you. In which case I can do highest 200. Right. Either way, I used to take over Scott and do the high level stuff, like beast raids and APFs. Why am I doing sneak on a soldier? He doesn't sneak. But then we had an influx of streamers and I decided to just take it slow. We have enough entertainment.
Damn it.
Jesus. Thanks for a shitty heist there, Dre.
Jackrabbit shot us both in the back and kept all the loot left.
That son of a bitch. I should probably just ban him from the chat, shouldn't I?
Mm.
Why am I looting this?
COVID is good for AO.
A lot of people say this. I think, well, in my experience, I've been at work throughout all of COVID.
No, seriously, Noni, you should play Shadowlands for a little while when it comes out with us.
Do I wanna resub? Is the question.
Well, if you want to make a new account because you're probably subbed in EU instead of NA.
Ugh, I do have an account in NA.
Gonna make an Anarchy online only WoW guild.
I'm just gonna edit myself out of the top list because it's not fair that I was testing this on my own. I should actually have thousands. What did I do with all of it? Oh yeah, I was testing the gambling. Let's see, loyalty, Echnin, edit, 0, save. And then credits. Yep, there we go. I think Unk probably wants all my credits, doesn't he?
Probably.
Let's see, can I start a vote? Yeah, well, I'll start a vote. I just need to double check. Cloudbot, polls, add a new poll. Should Unk get my credits? Yes. Yes. No. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Did everybody get the update there? Poll? No. Start poll. There we go. There we go. Watch as oh, my engineer is almost my agent is almost dying. Just watch as Ankh creates like 1,000 accounts to vote. I already have enough reposeful. Can I get something else, please? Frustrating. There we go. Oh, wrong way. Why is... For some of the reasons that I don't understand is view active poll settings. It is not actually registering your votes. Let's see, is it because I did this? No. See what happens. Huh. That's another thing that I have to look at later. Another reposeful one. I don't need them. Let's kill this one. Let's see.
You're being stalked.
Oh no, this isn't the first time. I'm used to this.
to think if there is, but I don't think there is or tar. Because I think you can rebuy the solar pistol to accidentally destroy it.
Wait, repeat that one.
Targan won a heckler juice, and he wants to know if there's any low-level engineer items he can't get that would be level locked out of if he heckler juices it.
Are the engineer pistol upgrades like level up? I don't think they are.
No, it's just the solar pistol itself, which you get from a REIT, but I think they added a way to get it if you accidentally destroy it.
Yeah, there's a recipe for making it.
Yeah, so no, there's nothing low level that you would lose. You do have to do a bunch of low level quests as NG, but you can do them at 220. Like you have to do Ashley Winstead, you have to do the Job quest,
Right.
but you can just do that all at endgame.
They are definitely attainable endgame.
And you're using Nemus rather than your soldier.
Because my agent is on my soldier's account, and to be honest, I thought they were gonna do a huge difference in like damage. They're not. Even though I'm crit geared on, or well, semi crit geared at this point on my soldier, and Mima's is not. The differences are minimal. So
Because you haven't gone full DD on your soldier.
I have definitely been. No, I thought the difference was going to be greater by just critting
but
more.
You haven't gone 3 damage lines on your soldier.
3 damage lines.
Yeah, you should be. So to get peak damage out of a soldier, you're running like power up, you're running shotgun mastery, and you're running SMG mastery.
Yeah, but that's if you
Plus
have
you're
SMG
running-
and shotgun, which I'm not doing at the moment. I'm using AR. And I was hoping that going ranged energy and then
You just you don't have enough perks. Is the problem.
Sweet.
AR soldier, as much as it can still do damage, is basically the defensive soldier build.
Hey, Volpu, how you doing?
Volpu, I resent that. I'm a super noob.
Haven't you heard Volpu actually believes, in one form or another, that shades do damage?
I mean, shades do damage. They just don't do the most damage.
It's a joke, because I'd like to agree with Volpu on that one. I still haven't been proven entirely wrong though.
What I'm curious to find out is who does the most solo damage. And seeing the numbers my engineer is putting out, I'm kind of leaning towards that it's D-Shark NG. It's the highest solo damage class in the game.
Hey Legion, how you doing? Thank you for assisting me with the DD here. I am somewhat occupied with watching what people are saying.
I think second might be like D-Shark Pratt.
Dre, have you played MPs to any extent?
I mean, I have a 220 MP.
Yeah, but have you played it? I have a 220 MP as well.
A little bit. Most of its life, it's for the purpose of giving me 8-hour machis, but
Yeah, that sounds about right. But I have been told, and I haven't confirmed these things, that they actually do respectable damage.
225 pad and
Yes, and
no damage efficiency nuking. Yeah, they can do damage.
however, I am just not convinced of the Xan bow at all.
Oh,
To be perfectly honest, damage setup MP, you're not getting any opportunity to attack. You're busy nuking all the time.
You're busy substituting the delays between attacks by nuking, like the recharge.
Yeah.
So you'd like to attack, and during the recharge you'd like to nuke.
The nuke is more important than the attack. You're basically just chaining nuke every single time it comes off of cooldown. We lost Mr. Unk.
Yeah, did he leave the channel as well?
Probably had to go back to work.
I think the issue here is that I didn't finish this quest in a timely manner. This is why he left. Because I've been doing this for about a week. I just haven't been at home to do it. And he told me that I'd just swat it all out. But I didn't. Thank you, Targan, for following. Here's a pop quiz for the chat, not for those guys in Discord. I'm sorry about that one, Dre. Anybody who can tell me which country or which language most resembles Norse gets 500 credits to spend on whatever they wish. Finally got a tempestuous one. Alright, I got 2 containers filled up. Oh, Colgarius. The beast. So here's a follow-up question for the reason I know the answer to this question. Why do I know it's Icelandic? Again, not for Discord. Let's see, Colgarius. You're right. KULG. I need to reset this page. The spelling is horrible, Target, but I'll give you that one. Yes, I am Icelandic. Let's see. I have to go through so many pages because searching for you is.
That it's not just Icelandic. Feroci.
Feroci is a little bit more modern than Icelandic. Although, again, not really. It's, let's say it's complicated. Did I say 200 points, didn't I? 328.
They're both North Germanic languages.
Well, Norwegian is a North Germanic language as well.
Yeah.
But it's so far removed from Norse that you wouldn't be able to understand or able to read the texts and understand the context of them, or the words even. And Targan is the second viewer for half the points. Targan. Let's find you. Sorry for the delay in the stream. That's 100 points. He gets 103 points total. There you go. Spend it in good health. Sorry, Valpu, you don't have points or credits. Do you have 3? You should have 3. Valpu gets a veterans point thing. Let's see. It'd probably be more interesting to see me actually change the numbers here, but I'm not going to. The poll is not working. I am going to go with no on that one. Sorry, Yonk. The search feature here is horrible. So I'll give you some credits later there, Valpu. I just really want to finish this thing. Ugh, it's been horrible. Pity points. Valpu did give me a what's it called again? Carlito? Hold on 1 minute. Someone's knocking at my door. And I'm back.
Had Groovy muted.
Huh?
You had Groovy muted.
Did I?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I did. This is exactly why. Can you guys please drop something that I need?
You should unmute Groovy.
Give me a second there. So this is. I'll probably go to towards the entrance again. This is taking far longer than I like. I've never spent this far gathering for these things. I'm always losing. So what I generally do after a hard day's of work, I take 2 shots of gin, because sometimes it just gets to be too much and my focus just goes down the hole. You probably noticed that.
You got a good massage therapist.
I should get just something. I should probably get in a different different work environment in general. Get something where you can actually make money. Sorry about that one. For
I mean,
anybody,
you're surrounded by money.
well, Norway is, but I'm not. Well, I am,
Yeah.
but I just don't have access to it.
You know what you can get for like a kid's kidney on the black market?
I think I'd probably end up in prison far quicker than I'd like. Should I do that?
All you gotta do is process one school bus full of kids and you're set for life.
Although, to be honest, I was a bit uncertain about one of the cars that picked up kids today, because he picked up two sets, or like two kids, and these kids were not related, so some bells rang and I had to take down his number, or the car number. License plate. That's the thing.
I have a picture of the vehicle. Put it in stream chat.
Uh, I think we're making more money from not rating than we do rating, to be honest.
Is that the van you saw, Noni?
Uh, no, they weren't giving away candy. They were giving away oil. Get it? Because Norway has oil. Let's see. Let's start loading these things. Ah, Jesus Christ. Do I still? Finally, I have this one. Thank the Lord. I can do this.
Which of catacombs are you in?
Shoal ones.
Oh.
Um, so I just got someone in stream. The name rings a bell. I've played with Legion 84 before. Um, am I forgetting who this is? In that case, I am so sorry. Either way, Legion 84 wanted to help me finish this quest with DPS since I was distracted and somewhat drunk as well. And I accepted the help, and then he spent some time getting here. And then as he was getting here, I finished it. I was done with the quest, or this part of the quest at least. So thank you very much. I owe you something, and I'll figure out a proper prize.
Do you have the Simply brand of juice over there?
Simply brand of juice?
Yeah, it's just called Simply.
No, I don't think so.
You should get some blueberry lemonade and mix it with your gin.
I think the proper reward for this is a Pioneer backpack, isn't it?
Are you giving away your Pioneer backpack?
Yeah, I think so. He spent the time to get there, and of course,
You're
I'm gonna.
acting like they grow on trees or something.
Well, I'm not Scots, so they don't grow on trees, do they? They haven't. And just kidding. All right, let's. Where am I? I am going back with 3 vision containers to those guys, the twins. This is taking too much time. It's been like when I did this on Yoni, it was this done, finished. But since I'm being inattentive, I'm just not getting it done. Um,
Painkillers are starting to dip.
oh, yeah. Well, if you have to go back to the hospital, I suggest that you actually do this.
Yeah, I'll leave in like, I don't know, 20 minutes.
It was 45 minutes, 3 hours ago. Not
I
3
was
hours,
supposed
but
to be
still.
there. I was supposed to be back for 1. It's 3:47.
Ugh. I'd love it if you join me during your stay at the hospital. If it's boring.
They'll probably just give me drugs and I'll fall asleep again. But after I wake up,
Oh yeah, if I'm still awake.
isn't it the weekend? Why would you have to go to sleep?
I don't have to go to sleep. I just should.
Sleep sounds like a poor substitute for coffee.
Uh, sure. Um, just let me invite this guy to the Discord. I finally got a friend of mine to watch The Expanse. By the way, it's been so long.
What's your favorite season?
uh, Second season probably.
I really liked season 1.
I mean, the second season just continues the establishment of the first season, which is flawless in its own right. The third season starts to dab, and the fourth season starts to dab. But when I say starts to dab, it's minimally. It's just
S-
it's just good. Even the fourth
Season
season.
season 4 has a much better budget and effects. It's just the plot wasn't as good.
I think they try to like extend the books for that season. They just didn't pack enough into the episodes as they did previously. They split the books, I think,
Well, so
more than they used to.
mm, a little bit. The book season 4 is based on is really slow too, but it's right after this season it jumps like 25 years, I want to say, in the books,
Oh.
which I'm curious how they're gonna do.
I'm burping like a motherfucker. Sorry about this. But it's the beer talking. Uh, wasn't there an MMO game with that chill? Which game is that?
You're thinking of um shit. Starts with a D.
Uh, I mean, there's literally the Star Trek MMO, if that's what the one you're thinking of.
Nope. Defiance.
Oh yeah, right, Defiance. Yeah.
The show was better than the game. The game was very meh.
I'm gonna go grab two other beers. Actually, what am I saying? I have one here. Let's see, we should have someone in the waiting room. I'm trying to get Eric to join us because he finished The Witcher, and I'd like to. Sure. And I'd like to hear his opinions. Has anybody in the chat actually seen or has seen the Witcher series?
Hello there.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. And if you have, what's your. What do you think?
I
That
just
you should-
finished it right now, 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, I know. And it just.
Yeah.
It got worse as you went on, didn't it?
I mean, in particular things it did, in other things it stayed the same.
Right.
So, who here has seen it?
I have.
Yeah, all right. Well, me and John as well, Johnny, I guess.
I
What
think
call you here anyway?
I think the out of order thing could have been done much better.
Usually it can be done much better, but this one wasn't a really bad example either. I mean, this one was fine. Westworld was a bad example. Season 2, that is. Season 1 was fine.
Yeah, no, I'll agree to that.
And I'm only talking about the out of order thing because otherwise season 1 of Westworld was a lot better than fine.
I feel like the Westworld had a deliberate hook for why it was told out of order.
Yeah, agreed.
The Witcher, not so much.
Yes, I agree on that point. I think that's why Westworld had a lot more backing on why it would. Let's see, let me try to rephrase that. It had more of a hook on it, otherwise known as it had a good reason to do it that way.
I think that the telling fact is Westworld season 1 would have been worse if it was delivered in order. But The
Yes.
Witcher would have been substantially better if it had been delivered, in my opinion, in order.
I think that it doesn't have to be delivered exactly in order, but one of the things that The Witcher was lacking in the way it did out of order delivery was that it typically delivered the second step of a 3 or 4 step process before delivering the first step. And that's kind of confusing, pretty often anyway. Doesn't have to be, but it usually is.
To answer Target in the chat, I think that's why they did it, but there was a lot of disconnect how they did it.
Yeah, let's see. Whose chat is this now?
Also, Act, did you mute your mic because we saw you laughing, but we couldn't hear anything?
I was silently laughing because I think I only had to do one of these quests, and I finished both of them, didn't I? I did finish both of them. But then I realized, what did I do
Oh
with the
yeah,
one
let's
item
see.
that I'm
Okay.
missing?
Yeah, dragon episode and important
So, yeah.
characters getting screen time. Yeah,
There.
I agree. Yeah. Think
The
on that
Dragon
one.
episode was really bad.
Where's the heart?
Let's see. The dragon episode. It was it that bad? Let me think. Let's see.
Even the effects seemed like they weren't as good in that episode.
Oh no, the actual dragons. No, they were laughable.
What the hell did I do with the one item that I'm missing? Why don't I have it? Was it was it the item that I had in Overflow, maybe? I think it is. I think
Hang
it's
on, the
the
dragon
item that I
episode.
had in Overflow.
Dragon episode can't be all bad. There was a character I liked there.
The dwarf?
Yeah. Yagran Zarin, was that his name?
Yeah, Jagrin Zarpin. Yeah, all right. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's say
So
that.
I liked his character because, for instance, he was an uppity, aggressive dwarf, but that wasn't his entire character. He also actually had a reasonable side to him beside that.
He's a semi-major character.
Yeah, I know. I've sort of seen you playing these games before.
You meet him in the games, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do.
IIRC, is that the one?
It's not a glitter dragon. No. You got it all wrong. This is a vampire dragon. Get your lore straight.
Oh, where's Edward Cullen when you need him?
Off casting for what is he casting for now? Batman?
Oh yeah, he's gonna be a great Batman, by the way.
I guess he might be. I really have no idea.
He's gonna be awesome.
I didn't really get a fantastic impression from that little trailer teaser thing that I saw, but it didn't really get a bad impression either.
Yeah. I have hopes for this one. I'm not trying to get them off the rails, but yeah. Can he?
You're not trying to jinx it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, right. So Ben Affleck proved to be a capable Batman in the kind of way that, like, Dark Knight Rises kind of thing.
I think that.
But he was presented with bad material, is what I like to believe.
It might be reading a bit too much into it, but it really looks like he did not want this role for very long at all.
Ben Affleck?
Because I've seen him act a lot better than that.
I mean, everybody acts badly in those movies. Everybody.
I guess.
Everybody has these weird things that they say. And they just don't make much sense. But
oh, I was thinking of his mopey attitude the entire time.
it was the darkness combined with the not so dark things, I guess.
How so?
It's just that they had these comedy reliefs. It just didn't fit.
Oh yeah, all right, like that.
Like the Flash is just like this laughing stock. He's just funny, is what he is. Doesn't have any depth except that he is this kid who is funny.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that they did him way better in the animated series, because there he is
A
he's
bit
doing
more.
the veiling himself in comedy to hide his weaknesses,
Exactly. And
and you can really see he's doing it too.
so the Snyder cut is going to be released. Oh, I am actually on my soldier.
Oh, it's actually going to be released.
Uh,
Wow. So all the Google spam has not been for nothing.
I'm gonna laugh my ass off if the Green Lantern rumor is true.
They remaking it.
No, the rumor is Tom Cruise wants to play the Green Lantern in the next Justice League movie.
as long as he runs for quite a while, I'm fine with it. Because
Okay, sure,
the
sure.
more he
He's a good
runs, the better
actor.
the movie. Isn't
We need
isn't that the way it goes?
Is that even his MO anymore? He seems to do things.
Yeah, he does. He likes doing stunts, I guess. Not going to be able to do that if his ring can make him fly.
I like Tom Cruise. Okay, Scientology be damned.
I like the way he does things as well. The
Yeah.
same way I like that
What am I doing
a lot
again? El
I don't
Karatz?
know.
I'm gonna have to go this way, aren't I? Like, yeah, exactly.
Okay, so let me point out something that really bugged me in the end of The Witcher, and that is the Brotherhood of the Mages. You know how they're supposed to be smart? They weren't. They're supposed to be collected, calm, diplomatic. Of that, they turned into some kind of uh, bludgeoning magic force.
I'm sorry, I was somewhere else at the time. Say that
No,
again,
it's
please.
okay. You have a bunch of people listening to me talk anyway.
Insert joke about they are Polish.
Repeat,
Yeah,
please.
except
I'd love to hear that one.
that would have made sense if the rest of the story didn't make so much more sense than them just idiotically going to war.
Wait, who's idiotically going to? Oh, you mean the mages? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was dumb. That was completely out of character for all of them, except for the ones that decided to not do anything, but that's also out of character because they really like meddling otherwise.
I've not read the books, but I did read. I mean, I've read quite a bit about it, and no, I'm not. I'm not actually not gonna claim this. I'm just gonna say that
Can
I
we at
have
least
this
say?
feeling that it is better explained in the books.
Yeah, I
Can
hope so.
we at
A
least
cop out, to be honest.
we at least agree that it's better than the original Witcher TV show?
The Polish one.
Not.
Yes.
Is it
Should I
though?
be should I be happy I haven't seen this?
It's really campy.
Great.
It comes from the same era of shows as like Hercules and fucking Xena.
Okay, so funny thing, my brother, who's also seen this, was comparing The Witcher, the Netflix Witcher, to Hercules and Xena
Well,
in a close manner. They have a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
At the very least, they have a lot of similarities when they're not completely main plot focused. Anyway,
Are you guys seeing this? I have been suspended from Darknet.
yes.
I have been
Targan?
suspended from Darknet for bad attitude.
Oh.
What?
I'm sorry to hear that. So, Targan, please do watch Hercules and Xena because they are awesome.
I have been
But
suspended
The Witcher
from
will not
Darknet
live up to your
for bad
expectations.
attitude.
Hello, Legion 84. Hello,
What?
can you hear me?
Legion, you're gonna have to fix your mic there, because it's hot miking. So if you could
Yeah.
switch to push to talk, that would be nice.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds, bro.
Yeah, that's all right. Take your time. Legion, you're gonna have to fix your mic there, because it's hot miking. So if you could switch to push to talk, that'd be nice.
So speaking of Hercules and Xena,
Yeah, that's
I
right.
still need to watch the entire Xena Warrior Princess series. I have watched probably 80% of it.
I'm sure Lucy Lawless will thank you for watching it.
I'll thank Lucy Lawless for letting me watch it.
I'm sure she loves those royalties.
Right, guys. Anybody got directions how to do it on Discord?
Yeah, give me a second, the Legion.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
Sending
I'm on-
you my coordinates. F9 to see your coordinates, by the way.
So I go to user settings.
I do appreciate a game with a good map.
I want to go to the mic bleeding over. Push to talk. Should
Oh,
I
if
go to user settings?
if you have it on push to talk, it shouldn't bleed over. We can
Yeah,
try. We'll have to figure that out as we go.
Yeah, I don't have it on push to talk. As soon as I talk, then it just the talk. Yeah, I do not have it on push to talk. When I speak, it just keys up.
Oh, I see. The only issue is that if it bleeds over and we can hear ourselves, it can get disruptive.
Yeah, definitely. I can either get go the vibe, the rebounds, therefore.
Right. The only issue is that if it bleeds over and we can hear
It's
ourselves.
not as bad
I
when
think
you
I
join
think
one.
it's the stream. I think
Yeah,
it's
you just
yeah.
have to
You
mute
need
the
to mute
stream.
the stream because you don't really need to. Now that you're in the channel, you probably don't need to listen to the stream.
I normally have it on stereo silence, so when I speak from the mic and yeah. I have that setting where when I speak over the mic and the speakers overbleed me, then it shouldn't rebound.
No, I think we hear your speakers. So if you mute the stream, I think we should be okay. I just noticed that I don't have sounds from the game.
Syntax. Have you seen Lucy Lawless in X-Files?
Oh, Syntax is Dre, by the way.
Oh, okay, well that makes sense.
It does, doesn't it?
Trying to remember if I have or not.
She plays one of these augmented humans, basically. If you remember any of that.
Kind of, but like when I think of Lucy Lawless, I'm thinking mostly of Spartacus at this point.
Yeah, well, she basically plays herself as Xena in X-Files. Sort of.
Oh, Kirby, come on.
And then she hangs out at the bottom of a pier after she escapes from something or another plot related. I don't know.
Is this gonna be another white screen? Better not be. Let's kill this guy. First, let's see if we can kill him.
Aren't you done these already, Ack?
No, I need to kill 3 El Karats. But now I got so many crewmans after me that I need to run away. Because I'm a filthy agent.
Who are these guys then that you're killing? What are they?
They're traitors. Treacherous bastards.
So did any of you guys book off November 19th?
What's going on then again?
Cyberpunk 2077?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I thought you were talking about other less important matters like presidential election or something like that.
Who speaks
Nah,
like
that's
that?
way down the list.
Yeah, I figured. I think that given the state of game development today, that makes it 0-day patch day.
Could be.
What I am hoping, however, is to hear that the 0-day patch is not 75% of the game content, because that means that they have actually geared up for the PS5 having an SSD.
Play it on console, or are you going to play it on PC?
Oh, I'm going to play it on PC, but they use the same asset and packages for PC and console because, well, more reliable, cheaper, etc.
Right.
But and the difference with the with using SSD is that you can disregard having gigantic packages for each and every single package of assets you want for the game, and just hand over the small diffs instead, just like we used to do.
You can already do binary diff. That's how my patcher works.
All right, I
Yeah,
really need to
I
go
know.
bio again. I'll be right
Oh,
back.
I know you can do binary diffs. It's just typically developers on these types of games don't.
They could be spanked for
Yeah,
forgetting basic principles from like 15 years ago.
15? What are you talking about? That's when they. That's way after they started doing this.
Binary diffs? Binary diffs go all the way back to the 90s.
Yeah, no. I mean, 15 years ago is way after they started doing it wrong.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I know there was
binary diffs are way older, of course, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah, well, they came into gaming in the 90s and early 2000s. They like went away. I think
because
one of the arguments
bandwidth was limited. These days, bandwidth is not limited. But on the other hand, disk space is, which is interesting.
Well, disk space is like SSD prices, by the way, if anyone needs an SSD, are crashing right now.
Well, yeah, of course. And this is also why I kind of want to take a look at getting myself a little upgrade for my PC here and maybe getting that 128 gigabytes of RAM or so. But one of the consequences of using binary diffs instead of full package diffs for console games is that PC games get the same benefit, and the overall net benefit is that AAA games use up to 60% less space total.
Interesting.
It's really great, actually. I really hope that they do this full sale.
Well, I mean, you're gonna need to with the whole Unreal Engine 5 thing and not using lossless meshes and high poly sculpts.
Oh, I'm not really concerned about the lossless meshes or for that matter, the lossless sound. I remember there was a thing about that earlier. This is about duplication of resources, which we do a lot today because it's easier.
Oh no, so did you see the size of the Unreal Engine 5 tech demo? The size of the assets for that level?
That cool little cave thing with the GI and everything?
Yeah, that demo was 2 terabytes.
Oh wow. All right. Okay.
Because they're using
that's a bit.
They're using 20 million polygon ZBrush sculpts that have not been decimated in any way, that are multi-gigabit per mesh all over the whole fucking project.
Someone convinced the art team to avoid clicking on the optimize checkbox.
Well, no, so they're doing it in such a way that there's no more the whole pipeline no longer uses normal maps or height maps. Everything is
Mhm.
sculpted detail.
Yeah, yeah. That's fine. I mean, that should be
Did you already
doable.
pick your CPU?
What?
Did you already pick your CPU? Ryzen 7 or Intel?
Who's asking now?
Legion.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, what did you pick? Ryzen single core, decent. Multi-core, 8th thread, really decent. The Ryzen 5, Ryzen 7, pound per price. Absolute decent.
These days, I think I'd go for a Ryzen CPU, and not only for the price issue, but also due to the
It's just better.
the
The lower watt,
security
the
mitigations
lower
going on with Intel.
LPS, the lower coolant.
I'm not sure that they require less cooling. I haven't really looked into that. They
Um,
used to, but
it's known that Intel CPUs kind of require quite a bit, but if it's still applicable today, I don't know. The Threadripper
yeah, I think they've
is
probably caught up a bit there, because the Threadripper is basically the Pentium D version of a normal AMD CPU, where they just stuff two CPUs together,
yeah,
like
it's
Intel
it's
did.
just crazy.
It's really not. There's a lot of different engineering in there.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, we have like 15 years of engineering difference here, so it's not the same thing, obviously.
Oh, Intel, they had the latest dual core, Pentium i7 i9, that led the way. AMD, they went the heat way with the FX
Jesus, come on, come on,
850,
come on,
the FX 9550. They were pushing 4.7 gigabytes. You had to get air cooled or water cooled to run that. They were so far behind on single core, but they were good on 8 core multi core processing. But not many games run that. They weren't that good with that, like Anarchy. It was all about single core. But now Ryzen 5 and Ryzen 7, they're really good and they're absolutely dominating Intel.
You gotta be very specific. So Bulldozer was bad because it didn't
Hmm.
actually have 8 cores. It shared an
Yeah.
FPU between each logical unit of 2 cores.
Yep.
So depending how
Definitely.
you looked at it, it was either 4 or 6 cores. It also had very, very inefficient IPC. It was just an
Mhm.
all-around bad CPU. It's actually slower in single-thread performance than the Thubins that came out before it.
They did a big goof with Bulldozer.
Yeah, well, and Vishara, because Vishara was what Bulldozer was built on, but they're basically the same thing.
Yeah.
First generation Threadripper was terrible. I had one. It was hard to get rid of because no one wanted to buy it. But I'm quite happy with my current one.
Hmm.
Other than the fact that I paid like $5,700 for it.
5,700. Oh wow.
Well,
That's more than I'm willing to shell out with.
$39.90. It's not cheap. Did
Yeah,
Legion
I've noticed.
to move to the other channel? Act, do you want me to move him back in?
Yeah, if he got moved out.
Well, I don't think anyone moved him out. I think he moved himself out.
Oh,
Nope.
sorry, the Legion. You might have misclicked there. Welcome back.
But
So
yeah,
I was looking at the 3950X, I think. But I think at this point I'll probably wait.
Yeah, the
Right
fourth
now-
generation should probably be released next summer, maybe.
So if you have to buy right now, buy a 3900 XT. The silicon quality on the XT CPUs seems to be quite a bit higher. The average boost clock seems to be quite a bit higher.
Sorry,
I was actually a
forgot
little
one thing.
disappointed.
I'll be right back again.
So my daily driver that I play AO and just mule around on, that's a 3900X. And I put a 3900 XT together for someone just a couple days ago. It boosts on average about 200 to 250 megahertz higher. It also runs quite a bit cooler. And there's only like about $40 in difference between the cost. So that's what I would pick. I don't think the 3950X is worth the extra $250 for the extra 4 cores. if you're going to invest that, then I would wait for 4th gen and just probably buy a 3600 for now.
Yeah, that sounds about like what I was gonna go for because I've already gone over my waiting schedule. I passed it over, basically.
As far as the Threadripper goes, though, the 3990, well, it's a beastly system. It doesn't do anything to frame rates. Anyone who's a gamer or like a normal power user, there's no reason to go to Threadripper.
Yeah, no intention to get a Threadripper here. It would be completely wasted on me.
The only thing I do on that system to justify its cost is like 2 copies of Unity open, Blender open, Cascadeur open, Substance Painter open, Substance Designer open, the server, test clients. Like, I have to have basically my whole development workflow open to justify it.
And for some reason, you don't have multiple computers.
So I tried that. I don't like switching with KVMs. I don't like the delay in moving my files back and forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that one.
The best upgrade that you can get is a SSD, solid state drive. You could have like 5 years of advancement with a 7200 RPM or a SCSI drive.
Yeah, but
1300
some
RPM or whatever.
Dude,
it will not meet.
Some of us have had those for years already.
I've had SSDs for like 15 years, man.
Yeah, like, some of us jumped on early there.
7.5 seconds, isn't it brilliant? It's the best upgrade that you can ever have.
Up to a point, yes. There are definitely it is. I mean, you could go for a complete bottleneck computer and upgrade to an SSD, and it wouldn't change much. The rest of the hardware is going to have to follow a bit.
I have very little storage in my computers. My gaming system, I have 3 SSDs in. My development system, I have 1 SSD in. The intention is actually to swap to pure NVMe storage on both of my main systems. But my server, as of right now, has 16 terabytes of SSD in it, and then it has 80 terabytes of mechanical storage.
Oh, no.
And I will probably update that soon.
I've got like 512 megabytes, gigabytes of SSD, some sort Evo, and I've got like 2 terabytes of 5400 hard drive for like photos, videos, pictures, all school stuff.
I'm looking at going for an NVMe or a pair of NVMe's for OS and caching needs, or just games.
That's how mine is set up on Unraid. Is I've got so I have 8 2 terabyte conventional SSDs on can't remember if it's a High Point or a fucking super micro. I think it's a super microcontroller.
You can do SSID, can you, straight to the motherboard with hard drive?
No, you wouldn't want to go straight to the Not even server boards have good enough controllers to get that kind of performance that I need out of it. I have to run controller cards.
You know what?
Really? Server boards aren't good enough for that even?
Does anybody have any clan characters? Because this quest is just killing me.
The array speed of those SSDs is like 20 gigabytes a second.
Yeah.
I am supposed to gather...
What about the ones that are running on now? Let's see. Hang on, let me do some math.
Actually, no, I guess that wouldn't be that. It's those are old SSDs, so it's 560 per drive.
Ah, fuck it. I'll kill them all.
You know what I've done? Right, I got rid of a 8 gigabyte memory, a 9550 FX with a fucking Fantex cooler, which was about 100 quid on its own. MSI motherboard, Geotech 5 or Phantom 5 or something like that. I've got a GTX 680, which was only a 2 gigabytes, not the 4 gigabyte version. I've got a CX750M Corsair. I've got a SSD. I've ordered a laptop, and it was a 4500M Ryzen 5 with 8 gigabytes of RAM. SSD. It absolutely wipes the floor with my desktop.
Oh yeah, let's see. So you're saying that some of these SSDs, the high-end stuff, has 20 gigabytes of bandwidth. Well, I mean, if you're doing raw
No, so
raw
it's
transfer in or out.
specifically those drives are still SATA drives, so they're capped at like 560 read write.
Hmm.
So the total array would be, it's actually like 4 gigs, but that's not counting the mechanical drives, because how the SSDs are configured is they're a front end for the mechanical storage. They
Mhm.
work as effectively a cache.
Yeah.
What I really need to do is I need to swap out all the mechanical drives and put in like 10, 12, or 16 terabyte drives, because I'm actually pretty close to being out of storage.
Oh, we just went over the 4-hour mark, so we are going to give away credits. That's
Nice.
Congratulations.
100 credits to all viewers, and you'll be receiving them momentarily.
But yeah, it's surprisingly easy to run out of space when you're making an 18 gig backup of your in development project like every 6 hours.
Dre,
I have no doubt.
are you
Um,
going to
and
the
these
hospital?
days, you've got to be like hitting about 16 gigabytes RAM up, yeah.
Oh no, I don't have a single computer that has that low RAM. At least not a computer I actively use. My daily driver's 64, my Threadripper's 256.
I think I'm on DDR 2400, about 8 gigabytes of RAM.
Time to upgrade.
I think I've got
Yeah,
either
I've had this
16
for
or
about 7 years. Can I send the photo in the
16 or
chat?
32 on mine. Maybe.
So it's I don't know what it is in Norway, because Norway is expensive, but like here you can now get 16 gigs of decent like DDR4 3200
Yeah.
for like $60 Canadian, which is like $40 US.
See, mine's a model from when is it from? I want to say 2019, but it's probably actually 2018.
Still should be DDR4.
Oh yeah, it's DDR4 definitely, but it's just not. It's a Dell, and I don't think they had tracks for more than that.
Okay. Honestly, if you don't want to build your own system and you're actually going to do work on it and game on it, get Puget to build it.
Yeah, it's a laptop if that helps at all.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because
Well, then-
I mean, development and consultancy work, laptops required. If it
I don't
were
know,
a stationary
so
PC on
I've
the other
seen-
hand,
I've seen a lot of people that actually do that though, like competitors to myself. If they have to do big boy work, they will TeamView or whatever into their home workstation.
oh yeah, no. If I was gonna do really big stuff, I would just instance it on in Amazon or whatever, and just do the stuff there.
I mean, you could spin up AWS or Kubernetes or something.
Yeah, something or another. I mean, obviously, because my laptop isn't the be all end all.
Thought about buying a Falcon laptop for a while, because those things are like full on desktop replacements, but they're so spendy.
Scott, you can
Yeah.
now bet for a bit. Oh shit! I just what?
Legion is gonna get in another channel.
I just gave you 100. Oh, you gambled it while I was giving you the points. God damn it! You should have 0 points then.
Legion got kicked out again. How come?
Let's see, Bulgarian. I promised you 100 points, so let me look for you again. KUL.
Legion is not great at Discord.
Apparently not. Or
Did he jump
muting
back up again?
causes.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, and his headset is muted. He's talking with his headset muted.
Oh no, is he still? Oh, he doesn't hear us then.
Yes.
Legion, you have to unmute your headset. For some reason, I cannot find call in Discord.
Yes, hello. Hello. I hear you.
There he is.
Well, he still
So-
hasn't on his headset.
Colgarius, I am going to have to give you 1,000 points when I find you. But now, I need to see if I can loot
Yeah,
these
sorry.
things.
I am having problems. I mute my headset with my speakers. Rebounded.
Go page by page. KUL.
So, Dre, I guess you've picked up on the DDR5 has been ratified, and we can expect modules next year.
Say that again?
DDR5 has been ratified at long last.
I found
yeah.
you, Colgarius. I'm giving you a
Isn't it in
0.
July?
So we can expect some modules from it next year, probably.
Yeah, Zen 4 is supposed to have DDR5.
Right,
So-
Colgarius,
yeah.
now that I gave
Yep.
you 1,000 points, you're
Gonna be
gonna have
out
to
by
spend
then.
at least 1,000 points in gambling. And the reason I gave you 1,000 points is... Wait, I didn't actually give you... I gave you 10 times the points. That's not good. That's not what I intended to do. I'm gonna have to edit this again. Let's see, where is he?
It's not being a stranger.
You were supposed to get 1,351. That's the points that you were supposed to get.
It's so fun though, because I remember when DDR2 came out and everyone was espousing the performance benefits, and it was worse. And then it happened again with DDR3.
It happens every generation because the
Yeah,
initial
I know.
operating speeds.
Yeah, I know. It's fantastic. It's like the clock speeds are great, but the latency is awful.
Well, specifically in the case of DDR1 to DDR2, like, it wasn't just the latency was worse, the speed was worse when it first came out.
Yeah, I know. I remember. It's just kind of great. It's a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I bought into it, so that was fun.
Yeah, dude, I still have my Cherry DDR2 modules. I bought some hand bin fucking G Skill ones that were like 8 times as expensive as like normal memory.
Yep.
Hey, Nani,
Yes, sir?
the bot, when you give everybody points, does it in its own time.
Yeah, I know.
As in, I've had it take over 40 minutes to give out.
Yeah, but that's not the point with Colgarius. I gave him points, 20 minutes ago, and seldom it takes 40 minutes, but it does happen that it takes quite a bit of time. Thank you,
Sky.
Volpio. I'm now... damn it. I'm trying to give away a Pioneer backpack, but nobody wants it. I'm trying to give it away to people who help me, but they just say, keep it for now, and I'm okay.
Did you give Scott his NCU yet?
No, but he just got on, didn't he?
Working.
By the way, Scott, if you go to Borealis grid, find Yoni and then trade with him and tell me when you're done.
Okay.
For
Logging on.
not to give away.
Yeah, these
You
are
do
to
need
keep.
make you do need to make that distinction, because people hand me so much stuff, I just assume it's to give
Yeah.
away.
No, these are yours. Yours to keep. Yours to treasure.
You're precious.
I will.
Yeah, you're precious. You could say that.
You're precious. Oh, I kind of like that little portmanteau there.
Oh, I thought you said it. I took
No,
it.
that was all you.
Oh, did you say precious?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm giving you the credit for this one because I thought you said precious. I thought you were being clever, and I just stole it, and I don't feel comfortable.
The hospital's calling. They want me back.
Right, Scott. I've been trying to tell him that he should go to the hospital because.
If they want you
Health.
back, why aren't you going back?
Thank you.
Don't
I'm
be
having
the-
fun, not being bored.
Be the
Okay.
father we never had.
Right?
Want to stick needles in me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but that's good for you.
you should go there, get stuck with needles, and then rejoin the Discord so we can listen to your bantering, your or like North American high, I guess. But honestly, if you have to go back, you should go back. Don't spend time with us just because we're funny.
Probably wondering where I am because I took an hour past to go get a change of clothes, never came back.
What were you there for anyway?
He's
COVID side.
having latent COVID. Um, so I've talked about you at work. I've told people that I have a couple of friends who are at the hospital because of latent COVID response. So Dre is the one that had the water in his lungs.
It's presenting
So-
like a strange form of COPD, but apparently not COPD.
So
I'm trading with Yanni, I am.
a pretty good thing would be for you to stay
I-
home and away until it gets worse.
The issue isn't when I'm up. The issue is when I lay down, I feel like I'm drowning. Hence,
That
the
sounds
lungs.
pretty comfortable. So you're gonna have to sleep standing up.
Yeah, or they can keep doing
Thank
what
you, Yanni.
they
No,
have
no,
been, which
no.
is
Thank
shoving a
Dre.
needle in their lungs.
Thank you, Dre.
Is that
That's-
a normal symptom though?
So the ER doctor that admitted me is saying that they've been getting a whole bunch of cases, people that have been had COVID, been cleared, been like symptom free, coming back getting sick with all sorts of things. And the news has been kind of following it. They're calling it like the COVID long haul effect, which is the people that had it seem to be getting sick with other things.
Usually those people had it pretty bad and then kept on having it at least formidably bad.
Well, no, so the ER doctor was telling me they had this one patient who runs marathons and was only sick for like 2 days with COVID, like largely asymptomatic, and now he can't even run a kilometer.
Yeah. So Dre
Yep.
is the second person that I know who is experiencing severe symptoms of like latent COVID response. The other
When you say latent, what do you mean?
like
Exactly.
they just wait and then they appear.
Like I had
Oh, yeah.
COVID a few months ago.
Yeah.
And
2 months?
minor.
Isn't it 4 months?
No, 3 months. I don't remember the exact day. It was like in what, May?
It was before my vacation at least. I think it was a month before
May.
my vacation. Right.
That's pretty early.
There's a whole lot of unk in Borealis.
Oh, is it? Oh, there is.
There is
Oh,
a
wait.
line of unk.
Where is he? Ah, there he is.
I have to log.
Another friend of mine who had it as early as you could get it. So he had it in January or maybe early February. He doesn't really know. He just went to the doctor as things are usual and then touched things and touched people and coughed like right out in the open. You just didn't know that it was a thing at that point.
Great.
And he's now just bedridden. He cannot do the normalist things, if you could say the word normalist.
So this is a completely valid reason for all of these very strict requirements that we have here.
I think so, yes.
Because-
if it is
Because
if
if
it
you-
is
if you
COVID
do
related.
get it, because if you do get it, you have it pretty bad later on, to some likelihood.
Number I was quoted is it seems like about 15 to 20% of the people that got it in some form are having lasting symptoms.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, lack of taste is one of the symptoms that just keep going. Have you regained your full taste, by the way, Dre?
Not a lot of blander things. I've been eating a lot of spicy food though, which
Yeah,
even when my sense of taste went, I could still pretty much taste.
sounds about right.
So yeah, basically you're still sick then, because losing your sense of taste is like one of the first things to go when you're sick, no matter what it is, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean it's a common thing about influenza.
COVID and influenza are not that closely related.
No,
Well,
but
yeah, they're not that closely related, but they do.
share like
And,
symptoms.
and actually, they said that the loss of smell and taste, etc., is actually brain damage from COVID.
Oh, fuck COVID then. I'm not getting it.
So it doesn't come back quickly, if at all.
Yeah.
Right, because you have to either relearn it or rediscover it.
Probably the most bizarre thing I've had happen since like I first got it was I will occasionally go into coughing fits that lead into like incredibly minor seizures.
You had it too?
COVID. I wasn't super sick with it though. That's what's leading into what I have now. At least that's what the doctor thinks.
Which is why I'm telling him to go back to the hospital, but he just doesn't want to go.
Well, I'll be going back soon-ish.
This is just reinforcing my opinion that we got off real easy here.
In Norway, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So we got off pretty good here in Canada until about July. And then people were like, oh yeah, we've had no new infections in a couple weeks. Everybody go back out. Now the numbers are going up again.
We did the same. But then we didn't fuck it up, I guess. Isn't that
They're saying all the cases here in my county in the last week have been travel related, as in the people were traveling elsewhere and got it.
For a while,
of course,
most of the cases here were internal cases, and the travel cases were on the downturn. I don't know about now, though.
Let's check the guide here. Isn't that the place? Oh, there he is. Oh, he's just so invisible. I don't even see him.
How many cases in total has Norway had?
Last I checked, it was
Couple of
just
thousand?
under 10,000.
Yeah.
So in total in Canada, officially, we've had 127,000 cases.
I think it's appropriate to look at per capita because, well, we don't have that many people here.
Find out per capita then.
I think that the per capita here was kind of in the medium range. Last I checked, anyway.
Someone have a good chart for this?
Yeah, I'm getting it. They have charts for this. Canada has, let's see now.
Apparently there's people beating the States now on per capita infections.
Yeah, unfortunately. Has India completely overwhelmed them yet? I haven't looked at this for a week now.
Panama, Kuwait, and Chile.
That's
Chile.
not good.
Someone
say is Orange Man bad.
Someone was pointing out recently the estimated malaria death count to date. That's an interesting statistic.
It's pretty big.
Yeah, it's like a quarter of the people that have ever lived.
It's pretty big. A lot of people have died from malaria, but they kind of dealt with it lately.
Oh, dengue fever is really spiking.
Yeah. What was that again? I remember seeing something about that. For some reason, it's spiking.
Yeah, it's in places like Thailand and Southeast Asia.
You sound different, Scott.
I sound different?
You sound. I'm not gonna say the word darker, but your voice is darker.
Cool.
Yeah.
Here's a
Yeah,
here's
yeah,
a,
you do a little bit. What
Maybe
changed?
you were closer to your mic than you usually are.
So
No, I'm pretty much the same.
I looked up the per capita or per million in Canada versus Norway. We got 3.36 thousand or 3.360 thousand per million in Canada and 1.937 thousand per million in Norway.
so you're doing better than us.
A little bit. I mean, it's medium range.
Oh, hospital funding again. Burp.
You should really go
And
back.
then it's like Canada isn't doing that much worse than the other much worser countries.
How's the
The U.S. has 17.727 thousand per million. That's a lot more than Canada.
Yeah. Did we hear anything from Eric, by the way? The other one.
Yeah. His seems like it's going fine.
It's good.
His brother-in-law is doing all right.
That's good.
I also asked Jeffrey what it's like in South Africa. He says it's fine because they have so much worse things to worry about there.
Oh God.
Wait, it's so much. What?
They have so much worse things to worry about there that COVID is just like, eh.
Can I ask what? Am I that, like, out of touch?
I'm not sure, are you?
Uh,
South Africa isn't known as a friendly country.
no, but I know. Am I more out of touch than I think I am? Or, yeah, I know South Africa isn't the greatest country in the world. Well, that's kind of a stupid thing to say in general, but
I'm back.
Yeah, it's competing for not greatest country in the world.
Welcome back.
So apparently I have to check back in before 8 o'clock.
oh, what time is it now?
4:48.
What's the
Alright.
what's the penalty?
I have to go back through the ER queue if I'm past 8 o'clock to be admitted.
Do you want to do that?
No.
No, because that's like a 4-hour wait. But
4-hour wait with sick people.
True.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that we're on the same page. I think you should go back as soon as possible, considering that you're supposed to be staying there and getting treatment.
Well, it's just observation and painkillers, basically. But I think I'll have some dinner and then I'll go back.
All right.
There's this really interesting trend in terms of COVID cases, and I'm sure it comes down to lack of reporting, and that is all the African countries, with a very few exceptions.
Dude, I want it. Okay.
There are two people in the waiting room.
Yeah, they're having their own conversation. That's fine.
Oh, really?
So there's this app in Canada. It's the COVID app. You are required to install it on your phone if you have been infected with COVID, and it uses Bluetooth that if you become within range of anyone else that has the app, it tells that person that they've come in range of people that have gotten COVID.
Mm-hmm.
There was posts on Facebook after this went out and the hospital started making people install it. There was posts on instructing people how to remove the application from their phone.
Like it's,
They made a similar thing here, and I'm not sure how many people installed it, but there was a big uproar on it in terms of the privacy implications.
that's what it
Enough,
was here.
yeah, and enough that they
Yeah,
pulled
in
it
the UK
because
they've done NHS track and trace.
they basically used a model for the tracking that, well, was literally inferior to what Apple and Google had already come up with.
Right.
Well, what they've done here was they took your first name, no surname, no address. They took your phone number and your point of location. They tracked and traced you. If anybody had the coronavirus, then they would get in touch with you.
And this is supposed to be anonymous too, but people were paranoid.
Yeah, can imagine.
Why are we talking so much about COVID? Aren't we done with this?
Mm.
Getting
No,
doo
not
doo.
yet.
No,
I have a bad
know.
feeling we're still going to be talking about COVID next year.
Yes, we are. And
I've got a feeling that's
Was
pretty much
the
a
European
given.
Union?
I've been
Was
telling
the
my
State
job that
Protection Act.
we shouldn't.
We have a bet running at my job
Ugh.
about how long we'll be sitting out in home office. Everyone's lost so far because they've set limits far too early.
What do they say?
I think the latest guy, the only guy left, has the 1st of September as the time we'll be back 50% in at normal work.
Ugh. Now,
He's all completely
I'm
wrong.
advocating at my our job, Eric, actually, since me and Eric we
Yeah.
work together, that we keep like the government says that you can have an assembly of 50 people. That I'm trying to not follow the government's guidelines, but undercut them quite a bit. So we currently have 30 people. No, I mean 20 people,
Yeah, we have 20. It's not a very big place.
which is a rule that I have broken.
Yeah, I mean, we broke it today.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. There was just so much else to worry about.
You are not the guy who broke it. I just decided to inform you.
Oh, I wasn't the one. I thought I was the one.
No. You broke the way broken count.
Who broke it?
Someone else.
Um,
I'm not sure. We
who's
were already 50% over capacity by then.
Jesus? Why? Where am I going? This way.
Wonder how a lot of these people that are like anti-vax are going to respond to what could end up being like a mandatory vaccine.
Oh,
I'm not sure that I really buy into the vaccine talk quite yet. Because this kind of vaccine being rushed a lot, it tells me that it's probably going to have a very low efficacy, pretty much. And when I say very low, I mean like between 10 and 30%, maybe.
You know, there's a lot of things they could have done to probably speed up the production of a reliable vaccine that I'm surprised were not tapped.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, using the combined capacity of all free AWS and Azure instances to fold protein simulations.
I guess they could do that, but that would be the same as enforcing government austerity or the other lockdown.
It takes about 11, 12, 15 years, maybe 20, to pass human trials.
Usually, yeah, because you have to map out implications for a wide range of people. And find out who can and cannot take the vaccine.
So, interesting thing is, you could probably actually simulate that. Not that anyone would want to give up their genetic sample, or not that everyone would want to.
I would.
but it's completely feasible that you could actually have enough computational power to crunch the numbers in a particular vaccine's reaction to a particular genome or DNA sequence, and that you could actually figure that out in advance.
You may be able to do that. I'm not sure
really
that we're
give up,
ready with
my
the
DNA
necessary
to be a
algorithms.
test trial subject on the basis of this disease, polio, measles, germ measles, Spanish flu, the older diseases. Yes, fair enough, but not this coronavirus. It's too soon. It's happening too soon, and there's too many side effects with them. They're not putting a few the human trials.
Quick question before we continue. Legion, are you Danish by any chance?
Netherlands.
English.
English,
Are
really?
you English?
What part?
I don't buy that one. You're not English. You're either you're either Dutch or Danish. Is what I believe.
Oh, Falk Islands. Right?
He's definitely
English, born in Hartlepool, grew up in Middlesbrough, lived in Teesside, and I'm a Manchester United
Is
supporter.
this
I'm
what
totally
the
English.
Middlesbrough dialect sounds like? Oh, okay, all right. My brother lived there for a couple of years. Well, all right then.
I now understand why your PC is old. UK computer prices are brutal.
Color me surprised.
Yeah, no,
I thought I
don't.
had heard the most of the English dialects, but all right. I thought you were Danish or Dutch. That's where I would have placed you.
but I don't.
Yeah, it's on the northeast coastline, County Durham, North
Oh,
Yorkshire, south of Sunderland, the Mackhams, south of the Geordies, Newcastle, and we get mixed up with them.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
does
didn't
kind
mean.
of make sense.
Yeah, it does. I didn't mean an offense, but yeah, that's.
Yeah, I mean, sure. It's not like Norwegians don't get mixed up with everyone else anyway.
It's just that
I meant some offense, but that's why I didn't say anything.
we have Ameno, who is our resident Super Dane. He really does carry the Danish accent, or as they say in Denmark, accent.
Anglo-Saxon.
They have an accent. I love the Danes. But you had a touch of it, which is why I asked. What do the Norwegians say? I'm really bad at Norwegian or Norglish or
Norwenglish. It's called
Norwenglish.
Normally, hi. I know a friend, Paul Andre, visiting us.
Wait, what?
All right, we're not gonna understand you. You sound Danish. I'm just kidding. I am kidding.
He lives in Oslo, Norway. He's like £7 a pint, works on the rigs, and he works a bureaucrat in the game. Really good for him.
Ah, there he is. About Falkland. Let's listen to this.
People say people from Brooklyn curse a lot, but they don't mean to. Certain words are adjectives to them. Like when I was going to college, I was in a history class with a friend of mine who's from Brooklyn.
Anybody know Norwegian, Eopes, Nina, Theodore, Legion, Sinji Factor, before they moved the servers to America?
Right, I'm gonna mute Discord for just a moment. Just a moment.
I see how you are.
Anybody who gets that reference, by the way, gets 200 points. The just a moment reference. Until then, I'm going to listen to this, and the stream will listen with me.
Talking about when Argentina attacked the Falkland Islands. So, this guy's going, yo, Professor, what fucking island you talking about? So the professor's like, I don't think you understand. He's going, hey, no, you don't understand. I ask you a question, I gotta know what fucking islands you're talking about. There's fucking islands all over the place. What am I supposed to put on a test for crying out loud? So the professor's like, look, there's only one fucking island. He's like, hey, moron. Hey, read my lips, all right? There's fucking islands all over the world. Look at the map. Look at it. See those little pieces of dirt floating around in the water? Do you know what they are? They're fucking islands. You got the Hawaiian fucking islands, the Bermuda fucking islands, the Caribbean fucking islands, and somewhere on there, you got Gilligan's fucking island.
Let's Google this.
All right then. Thanks for that one, Valpew. The fucking islands.
Apparently, you need Hep B, typhoid, cholera, yellow fever, Japanese encephalitis, rabies, polio, measles, mumps, rubella.
So basically everything bad.
Pretty much.
Great. I did see a fun little hypothesis about why kids are affected less by COVID than adults. Makes sense. Because they come into contact with a whole lot more coronaviruses than we do.
This is a laugh should be handled. I don't know. That sounds kind of intriguing, that laugh. Like, listen to me laughing. But then again, I am...
They probably have partial immunity, Eric, just the same way vaccines work.
Yeah,
it doesn't
exactly.
Doesn't defeat the whole viral payload, but it disarms some of it.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking too. It makes a lot of sense, although it would be great with some data.
Parents who've got a vaccine or immunity against it.
How much do I have left of this quest? Oh,
dude, I laugh my ass off every time I see one of those posters on Facebook about how vaccines contain formaldehyde and that's how they're bad. There's more fucking formaldehyde in your body and in a banana than there is in a vaccine.
You can drink a beer and get more formaldehyde in you.
That have been tested and tried for 20, 30 years. I don't mind that if it's a disease that we can't beat, but you've got to let nature take its course, and then you've got your own body, your own immune system to beat it and beat it off. We've been on this earth for like 20, 30,000 years. Since Neanderthals, we beat it before modern science. Just let nature take its course.
Yeah, just live till you're 30 years old.
Fuck nature.
Hey,
we're gonna
make nature our bitch.
Yeah, nature done fucked up.
Isn't nature our bitch right now?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Create these antibiotics, these super vaccines, and then these diseases, these things, they just get stronger, and you can't compare or beat them. You can't beat them in the space of time.
I think you underestimate the power of CRISPR and Cas9 and the stuff they're working on.
Yup.
Oh, not just that, but I mean, as soon as that gets, if that ever does get defeated entirely, I mean, we'll have looked into other ways of dealing with rebellious diseases.
Well, so the big thing I've heard is by the time we start messing with CRISPR and Cas9 to like fix diseases, and I'm going to call them human vulnerabilities, we're not really going to be human anymore.
That's
like,
fine.
Fuck humans.
Well, that's if we can get ahead of the curve. Equilibrium. Can we beat the vaccines? The penicillin. Can we beat the vaccines? The funguses. Can we get ahead of the curve? They're so adaptive and they're so changing that we can keep above them. And then we get these super viruses.
But see, that's the old way of dealing with things. Before we were engineering compounds to try and defeat conditions, the way forward with like CRISPR and Cas9 is modifying the whole organism to be immune to that effect in the first place.
I was gonna say something, but I won't.
Yeah, as far as I know, we were like dealing with penicillin as antibiotics, which was like developed in the 30s, 20s, 40s.
You're completely right, Volpew. I highly recommend if anyone hasn't, they need to watch the movie Gattaca because that's most definitely where we're going.
You know,
I
me
just
and
watched
me
that
and Eric,
recently.
me and
Sorry.
Eric had this. I'm not gonna say argument, but it wasn't an argument. It was more like I haven't seen it, and he took offense. I think a little bit.
Well, I just recently had another friend watch it with me. First time I watched it in a number of years. Some things haven't aged very well, but some things have aged very well.
When you say aged very
You
well,
It's a bit
can't beat
anachronistic at
human
times,
evolution with their own vaccine,
but
with their own defense, their own antibodies, their self-defense to survive on this planet. Look at
your accent is still. It's not driving me nuts, but it's. I still find it interesting. I'd like to listen to it quite a bit more.
Really?
Yeah, I was certain he was Danish, but the more I listen to him, the more he's not Danish.
Who? We're in a channel by ourselves, by the way.
Oh, what? Are we? Oh, you dragged
I
me
was
out.
gonna ask you,
I didn't even notice.
you still streaming?
Yes, I am.
I'll send you back up.
All right, thank you.
Like a tardigrade.
I restarted it.
Tardigrades are immune to radiation, poison,
not
lack
quite
of
immune, but
custody.
they've got a
Well,
lot of
very
resistance
hard.
there.
So hardy that they can survive in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, obviously, because they can survive dehydration to a greater degree than most everything else. Well, most everything else alive, anyway.
If you could get a human to the state that there is hardy as a tardigrade, I think most diseases would be a thing of the past.
That would be a great starting point, and then we can do better.
Scott,
Yeah, I heard of him.
do you want to take over the stream?
Oh, I guess. Hold on, let me get it ready.
I'm getting quite tired, so I think I'm. Oh, well, let's accept this.
Isn't it only 1 in the morning there?
No, it's 2 in the morning, and
Sounds like you need coffee.
I need more beer. I just don't have any more beer. Well, I have this.
Oh, you ran out of beer? I still haven't finished my bottle of wine yet. I think I've been talking too much. It was much faster when I was watching The Witcher.
Yeah, while you guys have been talking, I've been drinking.
Mm.
Sadly, I can't join you this evening.
Actually, I have decided that I should not get any credits, so I'm resetting mine all the time.
I often just delete mine.
Yeah, exactly. So
And the bots, because it gives the damn bots credit.
yeah, I do that too. Although I
And then
haven't
make it-
quite gone through the entirety of the settings. But Scott is going to be streaming soon, and he is a far more interesting person than I am.
We're gonna make a new bot that's better.
Yeah.
Yay!
So, my apologies. You are not going to see the end of this this Euro quest because I'm probably just going to go on autopilot. But I will stay in the channel for at least some time until I decide that I'm going to bed.
Sure, you can stick around. We won't kick you out, even though you're the old stream.
But is this the point where you say AO after AC?
AO after.
Right?
It could be, but I've already did my title, so.
Oh. Anyway, my next stream is going to be AO After Dark because at that point I should not have like a specific thing that I want to do.
Sure. You can believe that. Okay, my stream should be totally live.
All right, fellas. I will raid ya. Raid that
Woohoo!
GS guy. And god damn it. Did it work? No, it didn't. Did it?
Nope. It was not redirected here.
Nope. Twitch.tv. I'll do it through the browser then.
I usually do it through the browser.
Yeah, I think it works better there. DATGSGUY.
So when are we gonna get a business time stream with that GS guy?
Oh no.
Business time stream?
I know why it's not working, because I'm actually
How-
using exclamation point instead of slash.
How other people do talk shows, Scott? You should just do business advice for a stream.
Could be, could be. Hello, leave me alone.
Thanks
Hello,
everyone
Target. Working
for
as a plan.
participating in my
It has a countdown now.
and enjoy yourself on Dark Stream. See you later. Cheerios.